Ready when you are.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are live and rolling. The floor is yours.
Good evening. This is the City of Morro Bay City Council meeting. It's the regular meeting, Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022, 5:30 p.m. The majority of our members will be meeting at the Veterans Hall. I will be participating remotely. Veterans Hall address is 209 Surf Street, Morro Bay, California. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361 and Government Code Section 54953, this meeting will be conducted in a hybrid format, will allow for both in-person and virtual public participation. Ways to watch this meeting and submit public comment will be provided on the screen by our city clerk at the appropriate time. Welcome to everybody and good evening. And if I'd ask our clerk if you could establish a quorum, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Addis?
Here.
Councilmember Ford?
Here.
Councilmember Heller?
Here.
Councilmember Barton is not here, and Mayor Heading.
Present. We do have a quorum. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And in your own way, if you would remember those in need, and I will ask for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And if I could ask Councilmember Addis, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, please? Thank you. And Mr. Newmeyer, our city attorney, do we have any closed session report this evening?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. No closed session items to report.
Thank you so much. That brings us to council member reports. Since I will be remote, my apologies, I will be calling on you. It'll be a little bit easier. Sometimes I can't see you. So if we could start with council member Addis. Any council member report this evening, please?
Yes, I'm so happy to share that school's back in at Del Mar, Morro Bay High School, Osos Middle School, and other schools started last Thursday in person. And just a brief reminder to the public to please drive safe because there's lots of kiddos out there walking and biking, and even some kiddos driving to school. So watch out for them and make sure they see you as well.
Great, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Councilmember Barton, any announcements this evening?
Let's see, I was thinking about the same thing about school and was talking to some neighbors today, and their kids are starting next week. So we'll be looking out in our neighborhood too. That dad and kids ride bicycles together to school, and so I haven't seen them yet, but it'll be fun to see them again this year and how much bigger they are. So that's
Great,
it.
thank you. Councilmember Ford, any announcements this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. Piggybacking on what Councilmember Addis said as well, my daughter is a new driver, so just saying she's out there going to school. But I want to welcome everyone back to school as well, and want to remind you that summer is winding down and our crowds are dwindling, and it's a good time to get out there and explore Morro Bay. We have a lot of older established businesses out there that would love your business, continued business, and we have a lot of new businesses as well. So if you haven't walked the streets of Morro Bay in a while or rode your bike or drove around, I encourage you to do so because our businesses truly need our local support. And I have a couple of other things to talk about. I attended our Public Works Advisory Board meeting on the 17th, and there they discussed, they went over the quarterly report for the wharf, the water reclamation facility. We also heard a report on the IPR program update, which IPR stands for Indirect Potable Reuse Program. You're going to hear a lot about that tonight as well. And we also heard about the City Parks Transit Hub improvement. There's going to be, you'll see some changes at City Park. They're going to have some change to hardscape and shelters. Primarily, there'll be 2 new shelters and some ADA improvements and a bike rack. So we're looking forward to that. They also did a capital project review, and an exciting ending to the meeting. There was a report on how to look up the urban forest management plan on our website, how to access that, and to get information about trees in our city. But at the end, they voted to create an ad hoc committee to review and update tree policies in Morro Bay. So that's a new development. And so I look forward to seeing what happens there. And I also attended the EBAC meeting, which is Estero Bay Alliance of Care. We had a report from our Morro Bay Police Department, along with Jason Holland from Transitions Mental Health, who's a social worker there. And also we heard from Brady Locke, who's in charge, well, he's the coordinator for the seniors program here in Morro Bay. And I found out that our senior program here is the largest in the county. I had no idea. I did not know that. That's impressive. And that we're doing things right, and that other cities look to us to find out how to run their programs and what's new in Morro Bay and how do we do that. So that's pretty cool. And let's see here. Almost done, sorry. Just as another reminder, last meeting I mentioned, and probably Councilmember Heller will expand on it too, because I know you love the Morro Bay Maritime Museum, but I just want to remind everyone that there's a family fun day. It's free on October 8th. Games, food, music. It's from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And it will be happening right over at the Triangle area behind the museum, right by the stacks. Can't miss it. And a really cool beginning to that day, I got a notice from the Morro Bay Rotary talking about their Ducky Derby, which will be taking place. It's their 2nd annual Ducky Derby. And for $10, you can purchase a duck. And they're going to drop all the ducks into the bay around the galley and that area there, the restaurant, and then they're going to travel down to Tidelands Park and capture the ducks there, and the winners can win cash prizes. And this money goes towards our Morro Bay Rotary, who does a lot of good in our city. And lastly, a reminder of an event that's coming up really soon, September 9th, 10th, and 11th. Again, we're having the Avocado Margarita Food and Drink Festival. You can get your tickets at avomargfest.com and support our local chamber with that event. All right, that concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Lots of great things going on. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Councilmember Heller, sir, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Ford, could you tell me a little more about the ducks? Are these real ducks? Are they motorized? Or?
Oh, good question, Councilmember. Yes, they are. Well, no, they're not real ducks. They are rubber ducks, rubber duckies. So
Okay.
Those cute little yellow rubber duckies, we'll see. I think there was 500 they mentioned that they are selling. And so you'll get a chance, whether or not you participate, it's a fun way to start that day. You can witness all those little rubber duckies going down the harbor on October 8th at 8:30 in the morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I assume the tide will be coming in. So thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. I know you have lots of things to do with your lives besides be here, so I appreciate you all coming. I'm very happy that, and probably most of you know this, that we have 5 people running for our 2 council seats in November, which is fantastic. We have 2 candidates running for mayor, and that's why the mayor's home tonight. He's still recovering from the shock that someone's running against him. But I'd like to congratulate everyone for doing that. I also want to remind people there are 8,268 registered voters in Morro Bay. And please ask everyone to register and vote. I'd love to see 100% turnout in November, which is very doable. What else do I have? What else can you do but have a free family fun day at Morro Bay Maritime Museum, October 8th? And those are my announcements. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your humor. I appreciate that very much, Councilmember Hiller. I'm sure many of you read the article in the Tribune. Morro Bay was one of 2 cities in San Luis Obispo County to receive grants from the Department of Interior. Morro Bay, fortunately, was the city that will receive 9.3 million from the U.S. Department of Interior for our innovative wastewater treatment facility. Myself and Mr. Endersby have, along with other folks, participated in our advocacy annual trip to Washington, D.C. One of our routine stops was the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Reclamation. I do believe that those kinds of interactions have paid off, as well as the excellence in preparing the grant by our management team and program manager. And I'll ask Mr. Collins to give a report on that as well, if you would, Mr. Collins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, community members. Yeah, we greatly appreciate the Bureau of Reclamation, which is part of the U.S. Department of Interior, for the $9.3 million grant. It's part of the Water Smart Water Recycling and Reuse Grant Program, which 25 awards were let for the entire country. This supports the water reclamation components of the WARF project. Definitely a team effort. The Ferguson Group is our federal lobbyist who helps establish meetings. Congressman Carbajal and U.S. Senators Padilla and Feinstein expressed letters of support for this program, or for this application. Of course, the mayor and council members, city staff, and also want to say a big thank you to Quorum engineers. We had applied for this grant previously and were not awarded in the past, and they had a debrief with the Bureau of Rec and learned a lot of important components from those discussions, and the application was far superior than prior submittals, and we're just greatly pleased to help with our project and help bring the innovation component of the project home for our community. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Appreciate that and those updates.
Mayor, if
Yes.
you don't mind, I did have a couple updates from our Public Works Director, Greg Wallach. Thank you.
Please, yes. Greg, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager Collins. We are pleased to announce that the Public Works Department has secured 2 additional grants. Just our luck that we got them all around the same time as that $9.3 million whopper. But we are still very proud of our slow cog grant that we got for intersection improvements at Quintana and Maine. That will improve crossings, bike lanes, and possibly we'll get to pave part of that section post the conveyance project. So that one's for $490,000, and we also got a $600,000 grant from the state. It's a Prop 68 grant called Rural Recreation and Tourism Grant, and that money is for Coleman Park. That is a grant that we started with by having 2 community meetings out at Coleman Park on site to get community input on what the folks of the community wanted there, and we brought those ideas to council, and on that basis we were awarded. So we will be getting started on that work shortly.
Thank you, and just to add one, it was one of 12 cities that won a grant. Is that correct?
Yes, out of 80. So it was a very competitive grant, as most park grants are. Every city wants them. We're very proud to be in that group of 12.
Greg, could you say the amount again on the Parks grant?
$600,000.
Okay, thank you.
And my congratulations to you and your staff and all of those who participated, as well as being a SLOCOG board member. Very proud of the grant received there. One of just a few cities in the county that did receive that type of allocation from SLOCOG. So great work, Mr. Kwolek. That brings us to our presentation for this evening. This is a presentation from Marianne Gustafson, and it is on the Lighthouse Century bicycling event that will be coming up. And so if we could promote Marianne, and Marianne, welcome.
Okay.
What? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mayor Heading, City Council, City staff, and also esteemed guests. I'm here from the San Luis Obispo Bike Club to talk to you about the upcoming Lighthouse Century Bicycling event. It's going to be September 24th. And if we can, I think we have a slideshow here somewhere. Aha. Well, I'll just start. Anyways, it's September 24th from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. It begins and ends at Morro Bay High School. And it'll be going north along Highway 1 through Cayucas, Cambria, and San Simeon, all the way up to Piedras Blancas Lighthouse, and then returns to Morro Bay. We have routes of any distance from 45 to 100 miles along historic Highway 1. One of our routes also goes up Old Creek and then comes down 46 and gets back on Highway 1. That's our 100-mile route. And of course, because it's out and back, if a rider decides, I'm done, or it's too foggy, or it's too windy, or too sunny, or whatever, they can always turn around and come back whenever they want to. And we're going to have about 1,000 experienced bicyclists. The event is already sold out. It sold out a couple of weeks ago. And we think part of the reason is because this event is highly regarded, and of course also the great town where it is held. So everybody gets a really warm welcome, and they're delighted to come back year after year. So we're going to have 4 rest stops along the course. One is at Donati Winery there at 46 and Old Creek, Shamel Park for 45 milers and everybody that's coming out and back, Cypress Overlook by the Elephant Seals, and then finally at La Cruz Rock for the folks that are going 100 miles. We do not close any roads, so there's no disruption to locals as far as traffic. As I said before, it's put on by the San Luis Obispo Bike Club volunteers, but we also have local bike shops that support us. We have ham radio clubs, we have Bike Slow County, we have resources from Cal Poly, along with other local volunteers. We have a post-ride barbecue at Morro Bay High School, and we are really committed to keeping money here in the community. So Morro Bay Rotary is going to be putting on the barbecue part, and Great Belief is going to be offering the vegetarian meal. And of course, we're doing a lot of purchasing at Spencer's. So we really want to make sure that the money that is being spent by people as part of their registration stays right here in Morro Bay. As far as safety, it's always a concern. So we're going to have CHP units that will patrol the routes to monitor auto and bicycle driver behavior. Everything is held outside, so registration, check-in, rest stops, barbecue, so that we're making sure that everybody gets lots of fresh air and stay safe. Hand sanitizer also is available everywhere. We ask people, we arrange this so that there can be social distancing. So we have waves of riders that start, so we don't have like this huge group of people, mass of people that are going down Highway 1. Instead, we start them in waves. But then also then at the rest stops, they're not all bunched up together. We do not require any masks, but if a participant or volunteers feel more comfortable, they can wear it. The average age of our participants is 60 years old, so we think probably the majority of them are likely to be completely vaccinated and boosted. And finally, we ask people, if you're not feeling well, whether you're a volunteer or you're a rider, please stay home so that way everybody can stay safe. So as I said before, we're really committed to keeping money here in the community, so the fees and the riders support Morro Bay and along this north coast. So the money that we raise from this goes for Bike Slow County, for Morro Bay High School, and also the Volunteer Police Department. They help us to get riders safely from Morro Bay High School onto Highway 1. There's the Jean Cerise Country Classic, which is a bicycle classic. Cayucas Elementary School, we help to donate towards their after-school program. Cal Poly Cycling, Cal Poly Amateur Radio Club, and Estero Radio Club. So when we did the event in 2021, 64% of the riders stayed in this community for 2 or more nights. So that's hotels, that's restaurants, that's shopping, that's renting kayaks, all the sorts of things that keep us all going. About 35% of those riders were new to the event, and 90% of all riders would recommend it to a friend. And once again, we think that's because we're a great community, we put on a great event. So that's what I have. I know you have a really full agenda, but if anyone has any questions? Okie dokie. Thanks. See you on the 24th.
Marianne, thank you so much, and thanks for the local support of our businesses. We greatly appreciate it. Okay, that brings us to public comment. This is general public comment. Public comment is for items on the agenda for which you cannot stay and speak to later and you'd like to speak to now, or items of general interest to the city that you'd like to bring up. Our city clerk, since I'm virtual this evening, is going to help me with recognizing the order of participation. And so general public comment is now open. And Dana, if you'll go ahead and call the first person.
I do have some speaker slips, but we have Paul Donnelly at the podium.
Good evening,
Okay,
Mayor.
welcome, Paul.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Paul Donnelly, resident, homeowner, ratepayer of Morro Bay. I wanted to congratulate you for getting the $9.3 million of federal money for the WRF project. That certainly is welcomed. In my experience in the years, I have managed several multi-million-dollar federally funded projects to completion. And the one thing I've learned from those projects is that federal money comes with strings attached. So I'm kind of curious of what the city agreed to in order to use this money. And the last thing, it would be really great news if that $41 surcharge on our bill is going to go away because of this grant. That'd be nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paul. Dana, next.
The next speaker is Rigmore.
Welcome, Rigmore.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council and staff. My name is Rigmore. I could not help myself from coming down today, so I scratched some things down in full speed, and I hope I can make the 3 minutes. First, I want to ditto previous comments from Betty Winholz and Bill Martini regarding homes lucky enough to have gas. Many of the older homes here have gas heat, gas cooking, gas hot water, including myself, and I love it. When we lose electric service, I still have heat, can cook, and take a warm shower, while the all-electric homes just have to sit and wait. Plus, my highest gas bill most of the year is under $20. Second, Bill commented on the battery storage on the property behind the stacks. I think that property is the most amazing property in Morro Bay, and maybe up and down the coast, a property that still can be built and being allowed to be built. Something awesome should be built on that Dynegy property, not a battery storage. Then I have a comment from my son, Clark Kaler, something I don't quite understand, but maybe you do. He says, the battery plant is akin to the modern day version of strip mining. It does not leave anything behind. Okay, then third, regarding parking, unless I misunderstood, I thought I heard that commercial properties at the waterfront did not need to supply or pay for parking. But commercials a few blocks up, earning way less, they must still supply parking. Something's wrong here. I also think that the new zoning code needs to be looked at on the current Beach Street specific plan and give the rest of those property visitors serving like all the others along on either side. Then fourth, this is about the legal residential lot at 197 Main Street. On the agenda tonight, but I do not want to stay, so I'm putting my 2 cents in now. I do not know the owner or the builder, and I'm not looking for an advantage for myself. My house up the street here has a large double lot, so I am fortunate. But the owner of the tiny and difficult lot on 197 Main have a huge hurdle to fit into all the city's codes and regulation. I think there's something called fairness, and I also think difficult lots were not highly considered whenever different codes were adopted. Put yourself in the shoes of this owner. If it was your lot, your kids' or grandkids' lot, maybe you would see a way that this owner's permit would be accepted tonight. We all want more housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rigmore. Dana, next public comment.
Linda Winters.
Welcome, Linda.
This is really bizarre with you being someplace else, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, council folk, city staff, the fire chief, and Amy Watkins. On August 9th, 2022, Morro Bay's last council meeting, right here, in person, I, Linda Winters, was rendered speechless. And let me explain. For the past 4 years, I have been coming to every single council meeting, whether it be in person or via Zoom. I stay from the beginning to the end, speaking during public comment and listening to every single issue and item, no matter how long the meeting went, no matter how painful the chairs were. I have only missed one meeting in 4 years. I simply forgot that Tuesday. And all that time, my speeches are always about the same subjects, residents in mobile home parks here in Morro Bay. That's what I always put in my subject line for public comment. When I was reviewing some of my past speeches, and I have all of them, I always speak about mobile home living in our 14 mobile home parks and how important the mobile home rent control ordinance is to all of us to keep our homes and rents affordable. One of my first talks involved reaching a goal to create a line of communication amongst our residents and between the parks. Those were always my goals. That's what my speech was about on August 9th. You may not believe it or not, Scott Collins. I usually write my script a couple of hours before each meeting to cover subjects on the agenda. You made your presentation for the city's goals that night. Getting back to being rendered speechless, believe it or don't, I had no idea that my dedication to mobile home people could possibly become a future agenda item. After Council Heller mentioned that possibility, my jaw dropped, and I realized I was the only one left in the entire audience, with the exception of Councilperson Ford's family and all you staff. You may have missed a once-in-a-lifetime situation. I was rendered speechless. This I know for sure. I will continue to stand before you to speak for mobile home folks and for the city that we all love so much. See you all next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate your comments. Dana, next public comment, please.
Sarah Robinson.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I am Sarah Robinson. I am here to announce that I am running for council. I was born and raised here on the Central Coast. I'm a professional server for 30 years, and I look forward to working with the council and our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for stepping up. We appreciate that. Dana, next public comment, please.
I don't have any more speaker slips. Public comment is open. We have Susan Stewart.
Okay, welcome, Susan.
Thank you. It's nice to be back here. I'm not running for anything. But I am here as a member of the Historical Society of Morro Bay to announce that we are having a sort of quarterly meeting. They're sort of down to more like 3 a year right now, but we're building back up. This one is about historic preservation in Morro Bay. It will be Sunday, August 28th at 3 p.m. at the Calvary Lutheran Church on the corner of Monterey and Anchor. We will be discussing 3 facets of historic preservation in Morro Bay. First part of the program, we will have archaeologist Betsy Bertrando talking about Nadine Richards' Little Red House. She's done the historic report on this house. We're hoping to save it, possibly move it, but it's a big challenge. The next speaker will be John Ashbaugh, who has been on the Slow City Cultural Heritage Commission. He'll be talking about how a historic preservation ordinance could help and the values of preserving historic properties in a community. And then finally, Paula Carr, who is a Caltrans Associate Environmental Planner and Architectural Historian, will be talking about what we might want to preserve in Morro Bay. So hope to see all sorts of folks out there. You do not have to be a member. You're welcome to attend. Again, it will be Sunday, August 28th at 3 p.m. at the Calvary Lutheran Church, the corner of Monterey and Anchor. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And Dana, do we have other public comment?
Yes, Betty Winholtz.
Welcome, Betty.
Hi, I'm Betty Winholtz. I want to use the previous speaker as a perfect example of why we need an overhead. I think if she had had an overhead, she could have put up a poster for us. I asked about it at the last meeting. I don't know what progress you've made, if any, but it would be really helpful for the public to be able to display their information on something. I see we still have our screen, so I hope progress will be made on that. My second comment has to do with the grant for the Coleman Park. When I remember how that came before the city council, it was like a lot of things were thrown out, and I don't know that if all those things were accepted or if we're going to kind of tease through those now. So I'd like a status report on where that stands, if the public can still have input into that, or have you got a very specific plan you already have in mind? Thanks.
Thank you, Betty. Dana, next comments, please.
I don't see anyone else for public comment. UGP video, do we have anyone on Zoom with their hand raised?
Thank you. We have a raised hand from Aaron Oakes.
Okay. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you, members of the council and staff. My name is Aaron Oakes of Morro Bay. The city of Morro Bay is engaging in a deliberately opaque public process where public input is ignored or completely dismissed. Many residents are no longer receiving notices of upcoming meetings. The notify feature does not work. They only find out about meetings from private citizens who have taken it upon themselves to inform the public on social media. The campaign finance portal is also broken. Residents are unable to learn more about candidates and their financial records. The City Council does not regularly discuss or contest significant cost increases on infrastructure except to take into account what expenses were incurred. It should not take an act of moral courage for council members to ask why the water reclamation facility is blowing past project estimates by nearly $20 million. Receiving additional loan and grant financing should absolutely be acknowledged. However, that financing should not be negated by excessive spending. As an example of this opaque public process, I'd like to take a moment to point to the mayor's re-election campaign Facebook page. There is potential conflict of interest involving a sitting council.
One of the things we don't do,
Jen
Aaron,
Ford.
I'm sorry, is allow direct comments regarding individual council members.
Well, that's an inappropriate interpretation of it because I'm not addressing the council members directly. I'm just presenting information pursuant to the Brown Act. So can I just conclude my remarks, please? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to wrap up my remarks by just saying the following. That the city council should be more transparent to the majority of residents in this community. And by majority, I'm really talking about everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next public comment, if there's any further calls.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a raised hand from Alan Hostetler.
Okay, welcome, Alan.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, very good. Well, my name's, well, first of all, good evening, Mayor and Council. I own the property 199 Main Street, which is directly adjacent to the proposed building on 197 Main Street. I missed the meeting in May 17th, but I did send an email to the contract planner on the project, and none of that was forwarded, so I'll mention it briefly here. That site was dedicated, deeded to the marina property in around 1970 for access for turning, fire equipment, and so on and so forth. It was never considered to be a buildable lot. The city and state requirements, setbacks, property line setbacks, roof height, all these things are there for a reason, and all these things are going to have to be waived or amended or whatever to put this variance in this case. And part of the property includes a building at the bottom of the bluff. Which was recently remodeled, and I'm trying to find the permits and so forth for that remodel. I haven't been able to get those, and I haven't got any response. And also blocks one covered and 4 waterfront parking spots. That little triangle there will block, so 5 parking spots on the waterfront in Morro Bay. So anyway, there's all kinds of other things. I could go on for a long time, but I did ask the contract planner to please make sure this is forwarded to all appropriate city agencies and personnel prior to the meeting tonight. And that was the May meeting. And I've contacted several people and no one got this forwarded. So I appreciate it if it would be entered into the record, which I guess it is now. And I want to thank you for your time. I think this tiny house on the waterfront in Morro Bay does not lend itself to the overall goals of Morro Bay and what Morro Bay is trying to do. It's a little more than a tiny house on the waterfront. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hostetler. Next public comment, if we have any more calls.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have no more raised hands in the queue.
We do have one more in-house, though.
Oh, sure.
Go right ahead.
No problem.
Hi,
Welcome.
I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Zara Landrum, and I'm running for City Council. And as a native, I truly care about Morro Bay, and I feel like I can make a difference. And I wanted to let people know that I'm very open and approachable. If anyone has any questions ever, they can get a hold of me, and I'm happy to answer them. And I look forward to meeting everyone. And I wanted to thank you all for your time.
Ms. Landrum, I'm sorry, I am virtual. Could you repeat your first name, please? I missed it.
Zara.
Zara, thank you. And welcome, and thank you for stepping forward to run.
Thank you.
Okay, Dana, any more public comment?
I don't see any other speakers.
Okay, I'll close general public comment and bring it back to council. Perhaps Mr. Collins and/or whomever you'd like regarding Mr. Donnelly's comments regarding quote-unquote any strings attached to the grant, specifically for $9.3 million from the Bureau of Reclamation. Or administrative requirements.
Yeah, there'll be an agreement between the city and the Bureau of Rec, which we're going to be working on shortly with their team. Any funding we take on, of course, requires an agreement, and some of it's negotiated, some of it's by law. So we're looking into that, but we don't see anything getting in the way of being able to spend it in support of our project, and especially the reclamation component of the project.
All right, and I would assume he did ask about the $41 assessment. I don't assume that this grant would affect that assessment. Is that correct?
That's correct. The $41 assessment will trail with the project, and when the debt is paid off on the project in 35 years, I'm not saying it couldn't happen before, but certainly at that point in time, when the debt is retired, that would be an important conversation with the council at that time.
Good, thank you. And then, Ms. Winholtz, do we have any updates on the overhead? I think she has a good comment regarding the availability of that. Are we going to be able to bring that back?
That is something we'll continue to look in with the IT group.
Okay. And also, Mr. Kwolek, could you respond to Ms. Winholtz's comment regarding Coleman Park grant and quote-unquote questions about the status of the process, and is there a specific plan that was accepted as a result of this, or will the public be involved in further planning?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So when we submitted the grant application, we did submit a concept plan that was based on the feedback we received from City Council after our presentation earlier this year. We don't have a full design for the project yet. We don't even have a preliminary design. We're in the very early stages of the project, and so we would hope to bring the design to City Council for approval before beginning construction.
Okay, appreciate that very much. And also, regarding Mr. Oak's question about the Notify Me feature, are we having problems with that? Is that still up and running?
Yes.
For somebody to sign up and
Yeah, it's still up and running.
working actively?
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, the emails can go to junk inboxes or other filters, but on occasion we do receive emails from folks that they're not receiving it, and we handle those on a case-by-case basis, and we do tests to make sure that it's going, you know, to our email accounts just on a regular basis to make sure it's still working. So we haven't heard of widespread issues with that.
Okay, and then you had also a question about the campaign finance portal, and I haven't seen that recently. Is that up and running or
Yeah,
working?
we just did a check on it, and it's up and running. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks.
Great. I appreciate that. With that, we'll go ahead and move to our consent agenda. This is item A. Public comment for consent is now open, including item A1 through A4. And Dana, any public comment?
Yes, Betty Winholtz.
Good evening. Betty Winholtz. I'd like to comment on A2 and A3. A2 has to do with the street money and that's been received, and I'm wondering if this went through CFACT or not, and that's one question. And my second question is, earlier in the report it says there's $300,000 to $400,000 from the years 2020 to 2022, and that they've committed $300,000 of to this project, or those two projects, and I'm wondering what's the status of that extra $100,000. And then regarding number 3, this is about the seniors hosting 4 musical events. I think they're all musical events down at Tidelands. I'm wondering why this is separate from community groups asking for money for their projects, or is this something the city initiated, and so it's a different kind of status than community nonprofits asking for money? And there was a comment made in the staff report saying that Tidelands was a little better venue than Cloisters because of neighborhood closeness, and I would suggest to you that people living up on the bluff would challenge that they feel their neighborhood is just as close, if not closer, than the houses out at Cloisters.
Thank you, Betty. Any further public comment, Dana?
I don't see any other speakers on site. AGP, do we have any hands raised in the queue?
Thank you. We have no raised hands in the queue.
All right, I'll go ahead and close public comment on the consent agenda, bring it back to council, and we'll go ahead and pull A2 and A3. I will, and ask staff to address Ms. Winsholt's questions. Any other items to pull, council?
Not for me, no.
Hearing none. Okay, hearing none. We'll go ahead and ask for a motion for approval of items A1 and A4.
I'll move to approve A1 and A4.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Motion and a second to approve A1 and A4. Any further discussion? And hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote on those, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries
Thank you,
5-0.
Ed. Thank you. A2, I had a little static problem. I do apologize, Mr. Collins. I don't know if you got the questions that Ms. Winholtz had on A2. If you captured those.
Yes. Yes, we did.
Thank you. So I'm pulling that and ask if you could address those, please.
I'll refer to Public Works for item A2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I apologize, I didn't get the gist of the question. Are you saying there's a discrepancy between the CFAC amount that we have in there and the city council amount? Can you repeat your question, please, Ms. Winholtz?
Surely, thank you. I thought in the report it said that there were $300,000 to $400,000 from those 3 years or 2 years, and that in the staff report it commits $300,000 to one of the projects. So I'm wondering if it's a $300,000 to $400,000 range, where's that extra money above the $300,000?
I see, thank you.
And then the CFAC was just, did they review these projects?
I see. We typically don't take the SB1 list to CFAC, so I'll answer that question. We did take it. We did take a project list to the PWAB, and I'll ask City Engineer Eric Ridio to clarify the $300,000 versus $400,000 question.
Good evening, Eric Ridio, City Engineer. As far as the $300,000, $400,000, I think that was an estimated range. I think we can probably confirm with finance what the amount on the books is for those years. I don't have that figure, but it's estimated between $300,000 and $400,000. So we can certainly get that answer. And when that project is awarded, we will know. It will come to council exactly how much SB1 and the different funding sources will be used for the project.
Thank you, Eric.
And I'll just add on to that, Mayor,
yes,
that
sure.
CFAC, while they didn't review this, each of the components of the project, they did review on the Measure EQ side funding for the paving projects. So from that vantage point, they did review, but not the specifics of SB1 because that's a separate funding source.
Okay, and then I'll go ahead and ask you. I'll wait and move approval after we look at A3. And once again, I apologize, I got static, but there was a question about the free public concert at Tidelands Park. Did you happen to catch it, Mr. Collins?
Yes, no, it's not we're not considering it a sort of a nonprofit community grant situation. It's a partnership with, we already have a pre-existing partnership with the senior group, so this is an extension of that pre-existing partnership. And point taken on the whether or not this is more impactful. I think the noise is one consideration, but it's also the parking. We anticipate most of the parking would take place down at the Tidelands, whereas some of the other parking may affect the neighborhoods and cloisters. But it's sort of a judgment call, and we've seen concerts be successful in at the Tidelands area recently. So we're hoping it continues that way, and we're sort of treating it as a pilot and see how it goes, and of course bring back results to the council. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. With that, I'll go ahead and move approval of item A2 and A3.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion to approve A2 and A3, second by Councilmember Addis. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we will do a roll call vote on those two, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you for that. That brings us to our public hearing item this evening. This is item B-1. The format, as you may recall, for a public hearing is to receive the staff report, then move to council questions and answers. After that, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and ask the applicant appellant to come forward and make any comments she would like to make, and then also open it up to general public comment. After receiving those comments, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council for discussion and any action. So thank you. This is item B-1, an appeal. Was filed May 24, 2022 in response to the Planning Commission's denial on May 17, 2022 of a conditional use permit, coastal development permit, and variance request for a small home on a residential zoned parcel. The appellant is requesting the project be reconsidered by City Council and the Planning Commission decision overturned. The project site is in the R1/PD for the portion of the WF/PD zoning district and is located within the Coastal Commission appeal jurisdiction. With that, I will turn it over to Nancy Hubbard, our contract planner. Nancy, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Hopefully we'll see something other than me on the screen. Okay. So as Mayor Heading mentioned, this is the appeal of the denial of a small home on a residentially zoned portion or parcel for the property at 197 Main Street. So the appeal was filed May 24th in response to Planning Commission's denial on May 17th of the conditional use permit, coastal development permit, and variance request. The vote was 3 denials, 1 abstain, and 1 against denial. The appellant is requesting the project and the Planning Commission denial be reviewed by City Council. The appellant believes that the project was being reviewed under different standards than other proposed single-family homes on residentially zoned property in that area. Just a quick overview. This is the site location, the blue triangle. The red line shows you the approximate top of bluff. It's got dual zoning, so above the, to the east of the red line is residential zoning, and below that is waterfront zoning. There's no frontage on a public street. It has access from an easement on the north, which is referred to on the map as Sandpiper. The easement area is owned by the city, and that's not being affected by this project. So this is a little close-up of the part of the site above the bluff that's being developed. The red arrow where the little car is parked to the middle of this is the 20-foot bluff buffer setback, and no structures are allowed in that area. And this is really just to illustrate the constraints of this site, not just being pie-shaped, but the bluff buffer setback. And then the next bluff buffer setback is between the 20 and the 50 foot from top of bluff, and that is most of the house, and that is height restricted, 14 feet. 17 feet is allowed for a 412 pitched roof. And then finally, there's a 3-foot setback on the sides of the house. So you can see that the house is about as big as it can get, given all these constraints. The proposed project is a 459 square foot, 2-story home with a 276 square foot footprint. The house ranges from 11 feet in width to 3.5 or 3.75 feet in width. So that gives you an idea of how challenging this is. Grounds for appeal. Number 1, Planning Commission decided to defer the decision to City Council rather than address a project they thought was not appropriate for the site. The response is the 3 planning commissioners were concerned with the exterior look of the home, compatibility with the neighborhood, potential detrimental effects on the bluff, and the belief that this site should have never been a building site. These commissioners indicated that the issues could not be resolved by redesign or changes in the conditions of approval, and therefore the commission thought it more appropriate for City Council to make the decision. Grounds for appeal number 2. The project was denied because Planning Commission did not think a home should be allowed on this parcel, even though it's zoned for residential. Response is the site has a residential land use designation and is zoned single-family residential above the bluff where the home is proposed. The land use designation reflects the intent of the city for this parcel and the adjacent similarly zoned parcels to be available for residential development. The proposed development does not interfere with or reduce the area or functionality of the existing adjacent 17-foot wide access easement that has existed since 1924. Grounds for appeal number 3. The project was denied because it's not affordable, when affordability was not a requirement. The response is the project is a 459 square foot, 2-story home with a footprint of 276 square feet proposed for occupancy by the property owner. There was a Planning Commission discussion about the size of the home, indicating that was affordable by design. That is, the size would have a positive effect on affordability, but there is no provision in the city's existing or proposed zoning code that would require a single-family home to have affordability restrictions. Grounds for appeal 4. The project was denied because Planning Commission wanted to defer the decision to City Council rather than suggesting changes or modifications to the project. The response is the project includes a few deviations from the development standards that, in staff's opinion, resulted in a better design and lower impact on the site, the neighbors, etc. The variances requested make a big difference to the livability of this small home, but very little, if any, impact on the surrounding properties. Some of the commissioners did state that they preferred to send this project to City Council for review because they did not feel this site should be developed. The appeal requested action or relief. The appellant believes that there was misinformation about the project in the Planning Commission hearing, and it was being reviewed under different standards, conditions than would be required of other recently approved homes on the coastal bluff. And the response is there did appear to be a lack of understanding or confusion by some commissioners about the project. The applicant was not provided any opportunity to modify the plans or accept changes to the conditions of approval to address the concerns. 3 of the planning commissioners did not think a residential use was appropriate on the site and indicated that a reduction in the number or type of variances or change in architectural design would not be enough to gain their vote for approval. Summary of the issues. The project is an allowable residential use in the land use plan in the zoning district. The project did ask for a minor variance request, but most of the requests were not essential to the existence of a home on this site. The variances, if granted, allowed a better design and function and were not unlike variances granted to other residential projects with challenging site conditions. The applicant was provided no opportunity to reduce or modify the design to address the Planning Commission concerns and would have been willing to modify the design to achieve approval. City Council options alternatives to uphold the appeal and overturn the Planning Commission denial of the project, to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission denial of the project, to remand the project back to Planning Commission for review, to continue the project with direction to staff regarding desired action. All right. I have a couple more slides, but I can go through them only if you want, and it doesn't look like this is the latest version of the presentation, so I'll conclude my presentation.
Okay, Nancy, thank you. So we should disregard the remainder slides that we received?
Yes.
Oh, that remainder slide, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Right, thank you. Thanks for your presentation, very comprehensive. I do appreciate it. We'll move to council questions for Ms. Hubbard. Let me start with Council Member Ford. Do you have questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of questions. I did watch that Planning Commission meeting, and so I found it quite interesting. And my question, I have a couple of questions. One is, it came up tonight. There was a public comment regarding how it was deeded for fire equipment. Can we get clarification on that?
I'm not aware of any deed. It was sold to the appellant, and the access easement has been in existence since 1924.
Okay, thank you. And so the appellant was sold, or she purchased this property with the understanding that she could build on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was the setback from the bluff, or oh gosh, what's it called?
Top of bluff.
Thank you, top of bluff. Has that changed in the time since she purchased this land?
So historically, I think around 1985, there was a study done where they determined the top of bluff along that whole section of residential properties. And it sounds like some of the properties were developed and used that previous determination. Based on our current requirements, we ask for the determination of the top of bluff, which is actually looking at the land and determining where it kind of stops going up and starts going flat. And so we had a new determination of the bluff done, and apparently that is more restrictive than the previous one from 1985.
Okay.
I would add something to that. That's also based on a white paper issued by the Coastal Commission on determination of top of bluff. So we use that, which was issued, I don't know, 10 or so years ago, maybe more. But that is what we base the geologic studies for determining top of bluff on, is that white paper issued by the Coastal Commission.
Okay, thank you. And just to expand a little bit on part of your explanation of what, I believe it was 17 feet, the easement will not be affected when if this is developed, this property is developed and built on, the ability to get to and from the slips, is that standard? Like, it's not going to narrow it and make it difficult or extra difficult for that use? Okay.
So the development is proposed on the lot. Now, a good portion of the lot is paved, and so the area, the access easement looks wider than it actually is, and you will oftentimes see cars parked on what would otherwise be the lot.
Right.
So, but the easement's not being narrowed. The easement is the easement, and it's a standalone separate piece of property, and it's 17 foot away.
Okay. And the reason I asked that is there was some public comment during that meeting regarding, how it's being used when they are pulling in and out with their boats, and how that extra room is needed, but it is on their property, correct?
There is no boat slip access, no water access. So people shouldn't be going down there with a boat unless they're excellent backers.
Great. Well, there you go. All right. I think that's the only questions that I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Barton, did you have any questions?
I do. In the description, there was something about a pop-out window, and I just wondered, was that still being considered or not? Is that going to hang over this access way or not?
No, and the pop-out is asking for, instead of setting back 3 feet from the adjacent property, which is the access easement, it's asking that on the second floor on the north side along the easement that they be allowed 2 second floor pop-outs that are each 1 foot.
Oh, okay.
In order to gain a little more maneuvering space as the home gets smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
And there's one pop-out on the south side, which of course also is within the property and doesn't affect anyone else's property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barton. Councilmember Heller, do you have any questions, sir?
I do, thank you, Mayor. Let's see here. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is zoned R1 PD, if I'm correct, right? So my understanding of a planned development overlay is that development standards can be eased in exchange for public benefits. Is that a fair statement, or is that, do I understand that incorrectly?
I think if somebody's asking for something outside of what would be considered a variance, then they could ask for public benefit, but it's generally not on a single-family home.
Okay, and it's something would be outside the variance process, so that,
Right.
okay. All righty. So we talked about the easement. So the property itself is not on the city's easement, correct?
I'm sorry, was,
The north property line is not on the city's easement?
no. The proposed development is entirely on its own property. It has no effect on the easement.
Okay. What about the width of the driveway there? And maybe boat owners aren't supposed to go down that driveway, but
That's,
there's 28 slips down there, so I suspect they're going down
There's-
and unloading things from time to time.
I think people could go down there. They shouldn't be taking their boat that way.
No, I don't mean their boats, but I mean if they're going to take their
Right,
boats out of the
17
slip.
feet is the legal access.
Yeah, so, but what is the width of the drive there if this house were to be built?
17 feet.
17 feet?
Yeah, so you're asking about the driveway to this home's parking space or the access?
I'm talking about the north wall of the house. If you measured from the north wall of the house across the drive, you know, that people walk down, drive
From their
down.
property line, the access easement is 17 feet, and that is unobstructed and not affected by this property.
It's 17 feet out clear to the next
The access
structure. or
easement
the
is
next-
17 feet.
Okay. The site topo shows that 36 diameter trunk, Monterey cypress, mature tree right there, and appears to be right off the southwest corner of the property. I am not an arborist by any means, but it looks like it's the few feet that it's off the property. I'm not sure, because there's going to be a foundation there, how that tree will survive.
The intent of the applicant is to preserve that tree and save that tree during construction. So that will be what they will try to do. If it cannot be saved, because it's also close to the power pole, so if the PG&E requires some work with the power pole that affects the tree, then they would be required to have a permit and mitigation. But their intent is to save the tree.
So from a professional standpoint, do you think the intent is even possible to make that happen, given the roots from a 50-year-old tree 4 feet away from the foundation?
I think that's up to the experts. I'm not an expert in that. But I think the intent is to preserve the tree.
Yeah, I respect the
But I
intent.
think they would also be within their right to ask for a permit to remove the tree, but they're actually going to try to preserve the tree.
Okay, and if they did ask for a permit to remove the tree, what is the replacement policy on the removal of this tree per se?
It really depends on the reason the tree is being removed, and then there would be a number of trees that would be required to be planted on that property in mitigation.
Okay. Let's see here. And we don't have anything in our current municipal code that protects Monterey cypress trees, do we, as far as you know?
No, I mean, it's on private property. In fact, in the R1 zones, you're allowed to remove up to 2 trees per year without a permit.
Okay, thanks. Let's see here. In looking at the site plan on page 8 or page 7 of 78 in the staff report, the top of bluff line in the parking area appears to be 3 to 5 feet east of the west property line where the car is parked. In other words, the parking area is not behind the top of bluff line. But there's no variance request for that.
It's not, the parking space is east of the top of bluff, and you are allowed to have surface improvements
Well, the site plan on page 7 of 78 of the staff report doesn't indicate that. It indicates that it's it's not behind the bluff, top of bluff.
I'd have to see the site plan, because there's a top of bluff line, then
Yeah.
there's a 20-foot setback line, which is at the edge of the house, where the house starts. The parking is between those two lines.
Okay, so I'm talking about the colored site topo that has 3 contour lines on it.
Right.
One is the top of bluff, one is the 20-foot setback, one is
Right.
the 50-foot.
Yeah.
You have it there, Scott?
Yeah, I think it's this, so.
Right.
So this is top of bluff.
Right.
Is that page 78, Councilmember Heller?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
This is the old top of bluff. This is with the new study, and so it shows this portion of the paved area, going past the edge of the top of bluff.
Well, so you are allowed to average the bluff line? So if you look at the bluff line, there's part of it that's a little over, and there's a part of it a little under. We are not allowing them to do any excavation, retaining walls, or anything close to the bluff. But the parking space is not within the bluff line.
But don't they need a retaining wall there to establish the parking area?
There's a condition in the conditions of approval that require them to work with a soils engineer on the location of the support for, if they need a retaining wall for the parking space.
Okay,
But
so,
it can't affect the top of bluff.
okay, so is there other properties in Morro Bay that you use that average with the top of bluff contour line?
It's in the zoning code.
So it's an average of,
If you've got, if you have a line that's,
right,
I mean, you can average the two, but in this case, they cannot build a retaining wall inside, to the west or on the top of bluff.
okay. On that same drawing, looking at the 20-foot setback, it looks to me like the entire west elevation does not comply with that. Can you look at that?
There's about 4 inches of part of the house that if you don't average the line, if you just take the wavy line, the way it is, there's about 4 inches of the west side of the house that would be over that 20-foot.
So Scott, are you looking at that? The 20-foot setback? It looks to me like the entire elevation, or 90% of it, does not comply with the 20-foot setback.
That line runs through the house.
It's actually a little bit. There's another survey that shows more detailed exactly where the house is. This is more conceptual, but there's another one that shows more detail of exactly where the line is. No, I think it's on a,
It's on the same page of the staff report, 78, excuse me, page 7 of 78.
Sorry, Councilmember Heller, just looking through this, the plan set. Just a second.
That's okay.
but again,
Thanks for looking at it.
if you do the bluff buffer setback averaging, then there's not an encroachment into that area.
Okay, can you say bluff buffer over and over again 5 times in a row?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
That's all
I'll
right.
answer any other
Those
question,
are my
but
only
not that one.
questions. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
And also, we do have the person that prepared the plans here, so they could probably answer that question for you,
Okay.
Councilmember Heller, when
Great.
it's time for them to come up.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilmember Heller. Councilmember Addis, questions?
I used to have some questions, but I no longer do, so thank you.
Thank you. One question, Nancy, that I have, I don't know that it's paginated, but grounds for appeal number 2, I'll just read it. The project was denied because the planning commission did not think a home should be allowed on this parcel, even though it was zoned for residential. And I was just curious about, I don't know if Mr. Graham was present or probably you were present, but did that inform the remainder of the decisions or considerations regarding this? And could you elaborate a little bit on what that discussion might have been at the planning commission?
I frankly think if you've driven out there, it's hard to see or imagine where this parcel is because it's been paved over and it's been used for car parking. There's a trash container there. So I think it was a lack of understanding that this wasn't easement because for decades, maybe people thought that it was. They didn't know there was another parcel there. So when we went out and tried to figure out where to put the sign for the public notice, it was, you had to figure out where you could put that sign because it looks like there's nothing there. But there is, but it's just historically been used for parking.
I would have a couple things to add to that, Mayor Heading.
Sure. Yes.
So they also, some of the conversation they had was about context and, whether a house like this fit in this location. I think some of the conversation also centered on this small piece of property doesn't have any existing entitlements or improvements on it, short of the road surface that's there, the paved surface. And I think there was some feeling among the commissioners that, okay, fine, to look at something along these lines with potential exceptions, variances, what have you. If we had an existing structure there, then that might be more acceptable. But given this was new, bare dirt, for lack of a better description, they felt that it didn't belong or fit into this location. They also thought, I think, the size and the design of the home and looking through the neighborhood and looking around the site also didn't necessarily fit into the area there as well. So I think there was some contextual issues that they had with the overall design as well.
Good. That clarifies that for me. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go ahead and open up public comment and ask the applicant appellant first if she'd like to come forward and make a statement for us this evening. Ms. Bean, is Sandy Bean available for public comment? She is the property owner, applicant / appellant.
Yes, I was wondering if I may request that I speak after all the other people for public comment for this
Certainly.
project?
Certainly.
Great.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Let me know and I'll come back.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open up public comment for item B1. Any member of the public that would like to come forward and comment on item B1, public comment is now open. And Dana, I'll have to refer to you again. Thank you for recognizing anybody who would like to speak.
Yes, Betty Winholtz.
Hi.
Hi, Betty.
Yes, thank you. I would really like if you could put up the simulation pictures so people can see what this is like. They didn't have them at the Planning Commission meeting, and they were added to the staff report, and I think it's really an omission not to let the public see what this would look like. And so I hope that you'll put those up there. For me, the accumulation of all the variances, even though they're considered minor, when you put all that together, that this is really not a buildable lot. Regardless of the intent of her purchasing it, it was never used as or considered, I mean, it's in a zone that's residential, but that doesn't mean you can put it's suitable for a house. And it's never been used for that way because if you go back and talk to Mrs. Brebs and Mr. Hostetler, who you heard from earlier, that this was never intended to be a lot for that. It was used for utilities to help the marina below. And if you could see that, how weirdly shaped that lot is, and the majority of it is below the bluff, you can see there was never any intent here for this to happen like this. And so this retaining wall thing is, even though it's kind of wishy-washy, it may or may not need it, that's not allowed. And all the variances and the fact that this building, if you'll put the picture up, is literally 2 feet from people who will be driving up and down this driveway. And I don't know if you've commented on the fact that there's Ms. Hosler's garage right there has been chained off, so he doesn't have access to that. So for me, all these things that are being changed for the attractiveness, because you need more space to live in because it's such a tiny place. Safety to me is more important, and we talked about this at the Planning Commission in terms of setbacks in the new zoning ordinance. If you start letting buildings be so close together, when there's a fire, you're not taking out one house, you're taking out several. And that happened in a neighborhood in my house just this last year. Fortunately, there was the larger setbacks, and so the neighbor lost one wall at the fire. He didn't lose his whole house. But a couple of years ago in North Morro Bay, because the setbacks are so tight, 5 feet or less, some of them are 3 feet, 3 on each side, that's only 6 feet. The person who is adjacent to the house that caught fire, they lost their whole house too. So I think we need to think about safety more than just about the visual, and I think we need to think about the appropriateness in the neighborhood. It certainly doesn't fit. Again, if you would show the picture, please, to show how close this is to where it is and what it's going to look like from Main Street. I don't know what else to say about that to get you to understand if you haven't been down there to see this place. Because it does look like a driveway. It looks like part of the road down below, and that's how it's been traditionally used.
Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Dana, any further public comment?
Yes.
And it would help, I'm having a little difficulty hearing. If they speak directly into the microphone, that would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Testing. Yeah, hi. My name is Randolph Watkins. I sent a letter to the mayor and the city council members this morning. If I might just skim through that very quickly.
Welcome, Mr. Watkins.
Pardon me?
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for listening to my opinion. Just in general, it seems to me that, I mean, God bless the neighbors and everything, but I think the neighbors and the people who are speaking against this permit are trying to impose more rights on the property than the property owner. On a personal level, I've known Miss Bean for 5 years. She's been in the community for 3 decades or more. She's a real estate agent. She's very hardworking, very respectful, has very good taste. She has been working with the bureaucracy for, I think, over 3 years to try to get this permit. It's caused her a lot of stress, a lot of anguish. I believe, to the best of her knowledge, she's answered everybody's questions and everybody's concerns. I've seen the property. I'm a retired engineer and architect. I've consulted with her. I've looked at the designs and everything. Specifically in regards to the fire thing and the encroachment on the easement, there is no encroachment on the easement, as Nancy has pointed out. And the thing is the footprint of 200 square feet. There's not going to be more of a fire there than there would be in the dumpster that's been there for 20 years. Dumpster fire. Anyway, so I do support that you approve this. I'm certain that she'll build a very aesthetically pleasing house. It's her retirement home. She sold 2 other properties in order to be able to purchase this. It's a dream for her. I don't believe it's violating any ordinance, not imposing on the easement. And again, as was brought up, and some of the council members asked the question regarding the setback from the top of the bluff. I believe when she purchased the property, the datum point was the historical top of bluff. But since the 80s or whenever, through erosion, wherever that top of bluff has moved inland 20 feet. So Miss Bean has lost 20 feet of that lot, which is like 300 some square feet. So she is really pinched. And just because it's a small house doesn't mean she doesn't have a right to build a house on her property, in my humble opinion. So anyway, I just hope they'll respect her right as a property owner and a hardworking senior citizen that I believe, according to the law, she's entitled to build a little house there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Dana, do we have other public comment, please?
Yes, Susan Stewart.
Good evening, Susan Stewart. I was the commissioner who voted against the Planning Commission motion to deny the project, which is to say I would have voted to approve it. I strongly urge you to adopt the staff recommendation to uphold the appeal, overturn the Planning Commission's denial, and allow this project to move forward. As designed, this project is quirky, charming, functional, and fits into the landscape with a small footprint. It continues the tradition of small beach houses, which some of us would like to see return to Morro Bay. Ms. Bean has designed the house to suit her needs and has been working with staff for nearly 4 years. Staff has done an excellent job of vetting this project. The variants requested are minor. 2 of them would be allowed under the new zoning code if adopted, and all 4 result in a more attractive and functional product. I would ask that you not refer this back to the Planning Commission, but approve the project tonight. Staff and the applicant have spent enough time and money on this. And then just a brief comment as to safety concerns and what might or might not happen with retaining walls. I think if you understand anything about construction and the process as it moves forward, there will be engineering reports, there will be soils reports. If there are issues, that could stop the project in its tracks. But you have to trust the process that when these things are revealed, then you have an issue to deal with. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan. Dana, next public comment.
Terry Simons.
Good evening, Mr.
Welcome,
Mayor,
Terry.
council, audience. My name is Terry Simons. I'm a 50-plus year county resident, longtime resident, builder, developer, and licensed engineering and general building contractor. I live here in the city of Morro Bay. I attended the Planning Commission hearing on this item, and this was the first time I learned about the concept of public benefit. It seems like that in order to establish public benefit requirements, you need to have a public burden. I subsequently reviewed the planning director's fairly extensive report to the Planning Commission regarding moving a public benefit menu forward, and found very little in that whole effort to generate public benefit, public burden, as it accrues to PD-zoned properties to really be applicable to this project. In fact, the planning commissioners that voted against the project were the 2 select subcommittee public benefit commissioners, and their discussion regarding the project seemed to be benefiting their efforts to push this idea of a public benefit addendum to the Planning Commission, from the Planning Commission forward to the City Council. It did not seem to have anything to do with this project in particular. They found nothing egregious about the project. They all agreed they could support any of the variances, the parking issues, any of these things. They didn't even establish a public burden, which seems like it's a requirement of requiring a public benefit. The Planning Commission Subcommittee on Public Benefit led the discussion to deny the project. No one on the Planning Commission seems to have issues with the variances. Clearly, the project can be modified if needed to avoid variances altogether. Staff suggested that this is a de novo hearing tonight, and I hope that your attorney would agree that you have sufficiently heard the issues to qualify this as a de novo hearing, because I would suggest that the Planning Commission did not in fact deny the project. They simply referred it to this body. I don't think that the required mandates of a denial were met by the Planning Commission hearing. They did not make a specific cause of denial other than the lack of public benefit. I would hope that the council tonight would approve the staff's recommended approval and use the motion, very extensive motion for approval, by the way, for the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Dana, next public comment.
Do we have any other public comment? Yes.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Bob Kreisner. I think there might have been an understanding when they asked the owner to come up and speak. I probably should have introduced the project.
Welcome, Bob.
Well, I mean, thank you for Mayor Heading and staff, council for being here for this. It's a little unusual property, as we all know. I designed and built 217, 219, and 221 Main Street. I was involved in working with the city regarding using a historical bluff rather than the new actual bluff. And all of those properties were built much further out towards the bluff than this one is being allowed. And that was what was allowed at the time that my client purchased the property. Now, of course, she's lost about a good percentage of the property because of the adjustment of the bluff. Bottom line is the property's 2,760 square feet, and what is proposed to be built on the property will consume 13.7% of that property. Extremely minimal amount of what will be taken. There's a parking area, obviously, and that parking area will be tuned to be sure it meets all of the rules with bluff setbacks. And if there's a retaining wall required, it'll all be done through engineering and soils reports, and we will make sure that that project does not impact the bluff. The total resident of the square feet, as mentioned by Nancy, was basically a 450 square foot home. Extremely minimal impact to a community. There are small variances, but those variances are small variances. If you really take a look at what they're actually asking to be allowed to do, they're extremely minimal compared to what many variances requested in the city are approved to do. There's a power pole and there's overhead wires running across the property. We will be putting those wires underground, which will create a benefit, a visual benefit to the community. There's a few prints that I supplied, but you probably didn't get a chance to get them because of the way this lined out. But the bottom line is the roof has been redesigned to be a gable roof. It's a 4 12 pitch that allows a clearly easy 17-foot clearance, which we meet that. The way that we meet that is we do some grading, and the house is actually set down below the level of where the land is now, so it minimizes the impact. As you may have seen in the design and the 3D renderings, there's a couple different color issues. The Planning Commission said that the dark color they didn't like. Well, we presented an option to go lighter, and it's pretty clear that the dark color is the one that will be least impact to the community. Also, there's a vegetation screen that's to be planted, attached to the side of the property that also creates a visual screen from Main Street. There's, as far as risk to adjacent properties, there are no adjacent properties to burn, and this project will get built per today's required fire codes with fire sprinklers, and to catch this on fire if something burns next to it is not an option because there will be nothing next to it. That's pretty much it, and I just respectfully request your approval of this project, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Bob. Danny, do we have any other public comment besides Ms. Bean?
Yes, Ms. Bean is invited up to speak.
Unless we have anybody else on the phone. Anybody calling in AGP?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a raised hand from Alan Hochstetler.
Okay. Welcome, Alan.
This is Alan. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, I don't want to name names or attack anyone personally, but it has been said that there are no adjacent properties that might burn or be a fire hazard. I have the house immediately next door to this. We share a property line. The house is shingle siding with shingle roof, so if that's not a adjacent fire, possibility, then I don't know what is. The variances are not minor. The variances are very large for that area there. It does affect the neighbors. Someone said that, well, this doesn't affect the neighbors. Well, it does affect all the neighbors. And it was sold, like I said before, I'll repeat myself, because I was born there at that house. Actually, I was born in St. Louis. So I've been there, I'm 67 years old, and I've been there, in and out. I've moved around. I don't live there now. But for all these years, and my grandparents always said, don't worry about it. They'll never build on that little piece of property there. And I can remember talking to them about it, and it was just, it was there to benefit the boatyard, not boatyard, but anyway, the slips down, the yacht harbor there below the house. Top of the bluff has changed since 1985, and the reasons for the setbacks are obviously because you don't want to build right out on a bluff. It's already right up to the limits, as someone said, within 4 inches, or actually the 4-inch variance. Well, 4 inches, 20 foot back since 1985, what's going to happen in the next 20 years? I mean, the house is going to be in the bay. And it will narrow the access. The car that's parked there in front of my driveway, which we've used since 1939, not myself, I'm not that old, but there's been a garage there that's been used off and on. It's been rented out. It's been used by us. It's been used by others, and she's blocked that off. And the car that's blocking it is already on the city easement. It's not entirely on her property. It's just being used to block off my 5 parking places. So looking along, downrange, the public benefit, I know the city wants to build a boardwalk all the way down to the, it used to be the Golden Tee, now at the inn at Morro Bay. Where else are you going to put public access? You already have the city easements and right-of-ways and stuff, so that access there, if this house is built, will cut off that access to the public forever. We already have a problem with people walking down the beach and climbing up that bluff and going over the fence, and that's only going to be made worse by this. The tree, when I talked to the planner down. Hello?
Thank you for your public comment. And are there any other speakers on Zoom?
Thank you. We have another raised hand from Krista Jeffries.
Okay. Welcome, Krista.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon the family sounds of joy behind me, but my name is Krista Jeffries, and I am an advocate for abundant and affordable housing in San Luis Obispo County. And when I saw this project come across my desk, I was so excited about it, because this is the kind of smaller incremental development, naturally occurring affordable housing that used to be very plentiful in my own town, and it has actually become illegal in most places across the state. Minimum square footage and minimum lot sizes have taken what used to be a very accessible and normal type of development to house different kinds of people has become illegal, and now Sandy is kind of returning this neighborhood to tradition, because this is the kind of thing that people used to build all the time and they don't anymore. Looking over the page 76 of the staff report, the variances between what the objective standards are and what the applicant is proposing is truly minor. We're talking a difference of 1 to 2 feet, a couple of inches in places. And I think when I think about Morro Bay's goal of housing, it just doesn't really seem consistent with the city's goal to deny a small and frankly adorable house on a small lot on an infill project just for a couple of inches or a couple of feet. I'm really terribly sorry for the 3 and 4 year ordeal that this applicant has gone through. It seems really rather unnecessary. I mean, things change and you have to adapt, but this just seems to be beyond the pale. And I don't want to sound combative, but If this project is close enough to the objective standards and is consistent with the general plan of the city, then a denial of this project, I think, would amount to a violation of the Housing Accountability Act. And I think Sandy would be within her right to pursue legal action against the city. I don't think it needs to come to that. I think this council is perfectly capable of approaching this issue with reason and logic and consistency with its own goals. So thank you, Sandy, for proposing this project, and I hope that you will find a wonderful home in this place once you retire.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffries. AGP, do we have other public comment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one last raised hand from Craig Schaefer.
Welcome, Craig.
Hello, thank you. I hope you can hear me. My name is Craig Schaefer. I am the new owner of the Bayfront Marina right below this project. I want to say, and I told Sandy as well, I'm definitely in favor of Sandy being able to build on her property for a project that fits it properly. I do get concerns with the variances requested, and I think it probably can be redrawn or redeveloped without any variances, so it does fit within what this property has. I know it's very limited, but and the variances are claimed to be minor, but those minor variances, when all added up, are quite a few. So it can be sent back and redrawn to fit the property. We're definitely support her, getting down that road. The road brings us to another one. Obviously, we do use that road for access to the marina. There are 29 slips down there. There are 2 residences down there. Our biggest concern is fire and fire's ability to get down there. So we'd just like to make sure that fire's on board with what's happening to that road and making sure that they're still okay with getting emergency vehicles down there if necessary. One other, and this probably gets addressed anyways, but the marina is directly downhill from the project site, so we do ask that if approved, that proper insurance be required to protect the marina in case there are any issues during the construction process. So it's probably written in there already again, but hopefully, if not, we'd like to have that written in as a requirement. And we do have concern over the trees on the bluff. If you look at the 2 pictures that were given in the PowerPoint presentation, we go from a beautiful view from Main Street through that corridor with a couple of cypress trees, and that gets removed and is replaced by a 2-story building. So we do have concerns with the trees being removed and hope that any approvals do their best to protect what's already there. And again, we do support Sandy's desire to build on this property. We just want to see a project that fits the parcel. Removing the variances is what we would support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Craig. AGP, any further comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have no more raised hands in the queue.
Okay, then we will go ahead and ask Sandy if you're available, Ms. Bean, to come on up and make your public comment, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening to Mr. Mayor and the council. Went down the wrong pipe here.
Take your time.
I'm Sandy Bean, and I do appreciate the time spent with planning and everyone else involved in this project. I couldn't say enough to thank you for all of that. It's been difficult. I did bring, some rolls with big pictures in case anyone needed to see anything that they haven't already seen. I thought, showing a picture would be something that is not coming from my side, but I did want to mention that, yes, the project was very close to being approved last time, but it was not approved due to, as was said, restrictions that don't apply, and then number of variances requested. And there was another item that I wasn't going to mention tonight until Mr. Hochstetler called. The other item is hearsay. There have been stories going around saying that this lot was never intended to be a house lot, that it was intended to be, one story says parking, the other story says a gas tank. I mean, there are many stories going around. And I actually have a copy of the grant deed for this lot from the 1950s. And I can tell you, of course, I'm happy to forward it. There are no restrictions against construction. And if the lot had been sold for any other purpose, the seller would have placed restrictions. It has been hearsay that has been causing a lot of this discrepancy about, you know, this is a trash lot. It really was never meant to be built on or anything like this. Well, I have the grant deed. We can all look at it. And it wasn't the 1970s, as Mr. Hochstetler believes. It was actually the 1950s. That was when the first deed happened for this lot. And it's actually the reason why this lot is a legal parcel. I hate to bother Mr. Hochstetler, but you know, the garage he says he has that I have blocked is not a permitted garage. He has another permitted garage, a two-car that faces Main Street. He put a garage door facing my property, and he let me know that he has a prescriptive easement. Of course, we found out through a legal process he does not. So I can understand why he wouldn't want me to build, and I can understand why he would want access to his property, but the access isn't his to take. I guess that's pretty much it. I appreciate the time you've given this project. I appreciate everyone's support. I know that no one wants to see anything built on this property, or at least not many people in the neighborhood. But I'd like to point out something that was funny at the last meeting, and it's in the records. People kept saying we had not shown a picture of the east elevation of the property on the, you know, when we were showing the property, so that people could see what the view would be as you drive on Main Street. Actually, we had shown the picture, and the picture is available for you to look at it. The fact is, the home is so tiny, you couldn't see it, you couldn't notice it. And the reason why you couldn't notice it is because we chose to paint it dark, and the reason for that is we have great big giant trees right next to us. So when you drive by this property, and if you look at that picture, you'll see, you really have to look at it to really even notice. I mean, I know some neighbors will want to look at it and say, wait a minute, I can see it. But that's how small the home is. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bean. I appreciate that very much. And get my camera to come on here. Thank you very much for all the public comment. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, close the public hearing, and bring it back to council for discussion and or action. But first, I do want to ask for clarification. I think Mr. Simons brought up an interesting question, and I'll ask our city attorney. Chris, could you comment on the fact, is this a denial by the Planning Commission or a referral to the City Council from the Planning Commission?
So, Mr. Mayor, when I reviewed the papers for tonight's appeal hearing, the resolution from the Planning Commission, I believe at the end of it said the application's denied. So formally, they denied it. My understanding is that verbally, they indicated a desire for the City Council to review this, and they called that verbal desire a referral. But under the city's code, it was denied by a resolution. And if there's anything further to add, I'd ask Mr. Graham if he has anything to add to those comments.
Certainly. Scott, have anything to add?
No, that's correct. That was the motion, and the vote by the Planning Commission was for denial, and that's what the adopted resolution reflects.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And I believe there was just one other point of clarification that might be important legally, and that was Mr. Schaefer's comment about requirement for insurance to protect the marina. Is that standard language or a requirement, Mr. Graham or Chris?
No, that's not something that we typically require. We don't require web development applications that they indemnify their neighboring properties.
Right. And that's standard practice for basically all projects.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Okay, council, bringing it back to us. I do think I can see you now, and I'll either entertain any further discussion or comments, and or if you're so inclined, a motion. Who'd like to start us off?
Okay, Mayor, I have a couple of questions really quickly. The first one, thank you. Okay, the first one there was a comment asking about fire vehicles access to put out fires. I believe that something like this would already have gone through and been vetted by our Morro Bay Fire Department, but can we just get clarification on that?
Yes, they did review it, and I actually confirmed it with the fire marshal this morning, that the easement area is 17 feet. It's not obstructed by this development, and he has a plan for how they would approach the fire at a marina.
Okay, thank you. And another item that was brought up by public comment is the Housing Accountability Act. I don't know if Mr. Newmeyer would like to explain if you know the definition of that and what that means.
Sure. The Housing Accountability Act, it's long-standing state legislation. It's been amended, I think, 8-9 different times over the last 2 decades. It essentially creates extra burdens for a city to deny applications for housing. Whether or not it applies to this specific situation, I have not looked into that. So if that came up at a future date, I would review it then.
Okay, thank you. And I heard, I think it was Mr. Kreiser mention the power lines will be moved underground. Is that correct? So what used to be in the view of the public will now be, the power lines are now underground. So, okay, so that's it for my questions. I do have a few comments. One is that I think that even if we were to toss it back to planning, it sounds like, you know, our commission, I respect our commission, but it sounds like, you know, having a house there may not be something that they want. So I don't know if we were to toss it back to them and say, hey, look at this again, that it would change their minds. So I really, truly think that it's up to us as a council to decide whether or not we want a house to be built on this parcel and what that looks like. And I believe that housing is important. It's one of our main goals in our city. I think that our surveys that we've sent out to our public also confirm that housing is one of the biggest concerns that we have here. I do understand that a house in that location is not going to be considered affordable, more than likely. However, it's a different size, which creates a different option. And I think that any housing is important when it comes to affordability all around. So having different homes and different sizes is important. So with that being said, I have looked at the variances. Yes, there's 4. However, I agree with comments that I've heard tonight that they're not extreme. I do believe that putting power lines underground is an improvement in the area. It sounds like access to the boat slips is not infringed upon, people will still be able to access that. So overall, I think that 4 years of what seems like blood, sweat, and tears from our appellant here and her crew, they've done great work. It's a quirky house. I've heard quirky used tonight, and I agree, it is quirky. But I think Morro Bay, you know, I kind of like that about Morro Bay. I like that we don't have like a specific, you know, look for every single home here. And if anything, you know, I was just in Cambria yesterday, you know, and we were driving by the Nitwit Ridge, or, you know, the house there, and that is funky. That is a quirky house, right? But people come from near and far to come see that house. And so I think, you know, a house that doesn't necessarily 100% look like all the homes next to it isn't always a bad thing. So in the spirit of housing and, you know, I'd like to move this forward. I support this. So I
See the picture of the house on the screen? It hasn't been shown to us.
I'm sorry.
That would be up to the mayor.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Was that a motion to?
Yeah.
I was about to make a motion, but I got interrupted.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Please, I'm sorry, I can't see, but where was that interruption from? Was that the audience?
The request, Mayor, was for us to display the picture.
I'm just asking the audience not to speak. We're in debate and discussion, so I just wanted to speak clear. It sounds like you're ready to make a motion, Councilmember Ford. Did you want to go ahead?
Yes, so I move that we approve the Planning Commission Resolution 05-22 that includes findings and conditions of approval for the project as depicted on the site development plan submitted to the city on March 2nd, 2022.
I'll second.
Okay, we do have a motion for basically the staff recommendation, number 1, and the second by Councilmember Addis. And I'll take further comments if there are any.
I do have comments, but I'll defer to my colleagues and come back to me. No, go ahead.
Certainly.
I wanted to say thank you to the applicant for finding an unusual spot and your architect in coming up with a design that that works in that spot. It's not always easy, and I'm really quite amazed at what you've managed to get in that little spot. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Harrell, did you have comments? Sir?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Thank you to staff and the applicant for the amount of work you've put on this. I think it's a really neat house. It's amazing, really, that you got into this house, what you did with so few square feet. It's definitely the kind of house that Morro Bay needs, and I think it pushes the envelope in many ways, in very positive ways. I would agree that I don't think it falls into the affordable house category because it's such a great location and a great view, but nevertheless, the design is to be commended. As far as the Planning Commission, I'm the liaison with the Planning Commission, so I watch all of the meetings. I'm not sure that they were beating the public benefit drum to the extent that some people have said. I think it's one of the best Planning Commission groups we've had in many, many years. We have a couple of people on the Planning Commission that have many years' experience in major cities sitting on planning commissions, so I respect what they say a lot. The fire marshal and I met or talked about the access issue. There's some questions about that. I was concerned about access to the 28 or 29 slips at the bottom, as well as the residents are there. There's a house on one side, and I think there's probably 3 or 4 other people that live there. I've looked at the property several times. There are 7, I think, parking spots at the very bottom. 3 or 4 of them are typically occupied in the evenings at night as I snoop around, since I live in the area. So I think there are more people living down there, and I'm concerned about access. In meeting with the fire chief, he made it clear that because the narrowest point of that drive to the bottom is 9 feet, that they have no intention of driving emergency vehicles down to the slips and to the buildings that are down there, that any fire they would fight from the top of the bluff. That isn't necessarily assuring, frankly, to know that, but I appreciate your frankness and looking at that an extra time for me, Chief, and clearing that up for me. In spite of the fact that I really love the house, living in that area, and I think most of us are familiar with the area west of Main Street, from, say, Olive Street down to Piney Way almost. Everything there has been built, or a lot of it has been many, many years ago. All kinds of crazy parcels, divisions right and left. The newer things that have been built in the last 10 or 15 years are fully compliant, and they agree and support the current codes in terms of access for vehicles, separation of buildings, and so forth and so on. My concern is with this house that we're basically overlooking the fact that this is a very problematic area. One reason is a lot of the properties that are west of Main Street, the tenants don't have sufficient parking. So when they have guests, they end up parking on the other side of Main Street, the east side of Main Street up in the neighborhood. I don't have problems with people parking east up in the neighborhood, but I do have problems people trying to cross the street, which has a significant speeding problem, in my opinion, which has only become worse since the pandemic. I'm not sure why. Maybe because of the wharf construction and the various road detours in the city, but it is a dangerous street to cross. I cross it to walk my dog every day, and every day I am more concerned than the day before that I can make it to the other side of the street without a car slamming on their brakes and not hitting me. So from a safety standpoint, I'm very concerned about the one parking space, which I think is a progressive way to look at housing, is to have less parking requirements. So I support that in concept, but I think at this location, considering the parking problems, that is a mistake. Right now, there are cars parked on the property in question. Those 3 or 4 cars that are there every night belong to tenants at the bottom of the hill who walk up the hill and get in their car and drive to work. Those people, if this house goes forward, will now be parking east of Main Street up in the neighborhood, and they'll be crossing it every morning when they go to work, and they'll be crossing it every night when they come home. This is the context that this really neat house is placed. And I think the city has some responsibility beyond the footprint of the parcel to think about public safety, which is our primary charge. And I consider building anything on this lot as an exposure by the city in terms of liability of the people crossing the street, of the fact that there's no parking on Main Street itself, so there's no parking close, not just to this home, but there's no parking close for all the properties down the slope. And not just here, but on other places west of Main Street. So I'm very concerned about this being approved. I think that perhaps the neighboring property owners might be willing to buy the property from Ms. Beam, although considering all she's put in it, it's probably unlikely. But I think that needs to be considered. I think the context of this house, as great as it is a liability for the city and is a mistake to allow it to be developed. To Ms. Ford's comment, I do believe this should be decided tonight at the council. I don't see any point in sending it back to the Planning Commission, putting the applicant and the city through any more work and agony than they've already gone through. But I stand firmly on the position that it's unsafe and we're exposed by putting this property here and adding to the parking situation, which I consider to be quite dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Appreciate those concerns that you raised, very well articulated. And Councilmember Addis, before I make my comment, I think you had an initial comment?
I actually have a question now, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes.
Could the fire chief weigh in?
Yes, they reviewed the plans and, oh, I'm sorry.
Chiefs now.
Yeah. Good evening. I did go and take a look at the property, and the marina down below it is what we consider existing non-conforming, and so it was built before the current fire codes. So the access down there is too narrow and not designed for fire apparatus to get down there. So even if there were a fire there today, we would have to park our engine at the top and take our equipment down the hill to it. Our engines couldn't physically fit the dock down there is not rated for the weight of the fire engines to turn around and maneuver on. So we have to stay at the top. If it were built today, that access, if there's 7 parking spots down there, would require the road to be 20 feet wide that goes down there. The way it currently is with the easement and the road down there, this doesn't affect that at all. And so with the property built up to it, it doesn't change for access to us down there because we still have the same width of parking at the top. It's not going to change the access to the marina down below.
So just to clarify, with no house there or with a house there, nothing really changes from a fire perspective in terms of supporting the marina below?
No, there's no change in the access for us. The easement is still 17 feet at the top, which is what it currently is.
And the setbacks, I mean, a couple people brought up there's a 2-foot setback or this setback or that setback. There's houses that are close by. I live in North Morro.
Yeah.
We have a lot of close houses. But is there more concern there than other areas in terms of fire with how close the houses might be?
Anytime you have structures close together, there is a risk of exposure. This new home proposed being built to the current fire code with sprinklers and current siding and roofing requirements does help mitigate that risk.
So it's not necessarily more of a risk than any other neighborhood in Morro Bay, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, I mean, obviously I seconded the motion, so I support the project. I just want to say that I really appreciate the design. I think it's the right kind of design for Morro Bay. I appreciate some of the comments that were made that this is the kind of house that we used to see in Morro Bay. 20 years ago when we moved here, you know, many houses were small, they were non-conforming, it was very eclectic, some have called it quirky, and I really appreciate the effort that's been put into this. I don't think very much is affordable when you have to wait 4 years and go through the process, and I think that's something that council, and I very much respect our planning commission. We appointed our planning commission, and therefore, obviously, I support them. But I do think it's important that we think about what it means when we say that housing is a major city goal, that affordability is important to Morro Bay, and then we have an applicant go through a 4-year process. That's something for us to really be taking into consideration if we're serious about housing as a major city goal and we're serious about affordability, as we have to be thinking about those things. So I appreciate the neighbor concerns. I think that comes up anytime something is new, and I absolutely respect it. I also really respect the private property's right to build on their property, and I've seen them do a number of things to make changes to make this palatable to the neighborhood, to the planning commission, and ultimately to council tonight. And so for those many reasons, I appreciate this project, I appreciate the fortitude, and that's why I seconded the motion.
Thank you for those comments, and there's not much more to say. It's been well articulated. I think I'll just add my thanks to the public comment process and the excellent public comment that we had from a number of individuals that spoke for and against this project. I agree with Councilmember Heller with regard to our planning commission. Highly respect maybe, you know, what they do, but also the difficulty with this project and trying to vet it as it is. I do believe that the City of Morro Bay's processing of this application was quite thorough and fully in compliance with the requirements of our zoning code and land use designations. And I believe the variances that were requested were minor, and although they improved the design and function of the project, they were not unlike other variances granted to other projects in the city previously, other than the parking variance, and basically were not essential to the existence of a home on this site. And the willingness of the applicant to modify some of the conditions, I also noted and very much appreciated for that. And those reasons, I also will be supporting the motion and the second. So with that, we've had extensive discussion, and we do have a motion for staff recommendation that the city council uphold the appeal and overturn the planning commission denial and approve the project subject to the findings and conditions of approval as specified in attachment number 1. And we'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you for, again, a very robust discussion. Council, are you in need of a public health break?
Yes. Sure.
Yes. All right. I have 7:39. Go ahead and take 5 minutes. Now it's 7:40. We'll come back at 7:45 after a short break. Thank you. a statement made earlier you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, council members. I just want to clarify a statement made earlier this evening. A caller had called in about concerns on e-notify me, and I was probably a little hasty in my remarks. Just want to say I apologize. We're definitely looking into that. Anytime somebody runs an e-notify issue, we try our best to resolve that. And also, we are experiencing intermittent issues with the campaign finance disclosure statement link. So we're going to follow up with our vendor on that. So just wanted to share that and thank the caller for that. Thanks.
Great. That was Mr. Oakes, and thank you, Mr. Oakes, if you're still listening, for bringing that up. And again, staff, thank you for clarifying that. That brings us to our business items for this evening. The first is item C-1. This is land use and zoning map authorization. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Graham and Ms. Jason for a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As soon as we get the presentation up here, I will start. So the item before you this evening is discussion and potential authorization by the council to authorize staff to move forward with land use amendments, land use amendment and zoning map amendment for the properties shown on the screen, which are at the south end of town and reflect the Shepherd Martz property, the Seashell Cove property, and the area where the Bayshore Care Center and Casa de Flores are located. So talking a little bit more about those properties, the Shepherd Martz property totals about 45 acres and has several development constraints related to environmentally sensitive habitat, slopes, and power line corridors, and I'll speak to that a little bit more later on in the presentation. The Seashell Cove property consists of about 4.7 acres, maybe just a little over an acre of that developable, also due to constraints on the site. And that has existing entitlements, meaning it's an approved subdivision, hence the reason you see kind of a road to nowhere. You see driveways up there and improvements related to the tract and the 10 lots and the pads for those 10 lots. And then the Bayside Care Center and the Casa de Flores property total about 5.3 acres. And a little bit of background on some recent happenings with the city as it relates to land use in this area. Back in May of 2021, you'll recall that the council adopted the city's general plan and local coastal land use plan update. That was forwarded on to the Coastal Commission for certification, and the Coastal Commission certified that in August of 2021. The current land use map designation for that property is low-density residential, which allows for between 0 and 4 units per acre. The previous general plan land use for that location was also low density, so there was no change with the adoption of the new general plan. Fast forward to the end of 2021, council was going through their goal-setting process, and one of the goals that was included in the city's current goals is one for housing. I have a little bit of a quote here from that effort. It says, "Identify the opportunities for additional housing options and/or explore partnerships to support these efforts." This is one of the reasons we're here this evening. We do have some opportunities that have presented themselves to us, and there's a potential to sort of partner with some of our property owners at that south end of town to perhaps pave the way for multifamily housing. There's a further short-term goal in the goal set in the housing goal item, and it says bring land use amendment forward for the Seashell Cove property to increase density to 7 to 15 units per acre for and I emphasize this, future multifamily housing project. We did take this item to the Planning Commission on June 7th of this year. The application was submitted by Lou Steiner, and the intent was to change the land use for the property from low density to high density, not medium, as noted in the goal item, because we were having discussions with the owner about whether they wanted to augment or alter some of the conditions of approval for the existing subdivision that's out there to accommodate a project, or whether they just wanted to increase the density, and they were looking to get between 40 and potentially as many as 70 units on the site. Again, PC did review it, and while they did support the housing concept, they preferred to consider the land use amendment or land use change with a project. And again, that wasn't part of the goal. The project was supposed to come later, but that was one of the things they were interested in. And really, I think their concerns centered on potentially giving away some leverage the city might have to get additional things out of the development out there, right? You're changing the land use, so theoretically you're increasing the value of the property, and maybe there's other things we might want to get outside of the normal discretionary review process where you can condition projects for things that you want to have associated with them for public improvements and that type of thing. And I think that's sort of where the Planning Commission came down on it. And again, that's not an atypical process. That often is how land use changes come forward. They do sometimes often comes with projects, but in this instance, that was not the case. Moving over to the Shepherd Marks property, a family has expressed an interest for many years. I'm sure many of you recall going through the hearings for adoption of Plan Morro Bay. They spoke at several of those. They had an interest in increasing the density out there, raising it to a medium or high density. That desire of the family remains. And so we've been having ongoing conversations with them about that because of the City Council's goal, again, trying to produce housing. And so in having those conversations, the Shepherd Marts folks were willing to, kind of partner with us on moving that forward, and they were interested in having the city initiate the land use amendments. They were willing to participate and are willing to participate in the environmental review process and some of the studies that would go along with that, and I'll touch on that a little bit more here in a minute. The site does have several constraints, and I alluded to this in the beginning of the presentation. While it does allow for up to 4 units per acre, and some of the other, I'll go over the densities, I guess, for it first. It allows, the medium density would allow up to 15 units per acre. High density would allow up to 27 units per acre. And the site does come with many constraints. There's environmentally sensitive habitat on there. There's species of concern on the property that we have to maintain and avoid. There's potential issues related to slope and things of that nature. So our development standards are based on net developable area and not gross. And so those constraints go into what you can actually build on there. While you might have 45 acres on their property, they might only have, say, half of that that's developable, or even less, because there's power line corridors on there, there's drainage easements, there's a lot of things that exist on that property that make portions of it undevelopable. So you're not going to get that, say, 45 acres times 27 units if you went to high density. It'll be much less than that. We don't know what the total number the total number of units would be currently. Shepherd Marts folks are currently getting proposals to do the background environmental studies that would be necessary to identify those constraints. If a project were to move forward on the property, up to 10% of the units would be required to be affordable. I referred to the environmental work previously. The Seashell Cove owner, they completed their environmental work, and that's what went in front of the Planning Commission on June 7th. Again, they didn't provide a recommendation for approval, which is one of the reasons I'm bringing it forward to council to sort of get your feelings on where you want to go with this, the whole change in land use concept. Are you interested in moving this type of thing forward, or is there some other process you'd like us to follow, that type of thing? So we were fortunate. They used the Seashell Cove project, used Swika Environmental for their project, and they were the consultant that was utilized when the original mitigated negative declaration for that original subdivision was done. So Swika Environmental has a great deal of knowledge of the property, and so we did approach them and ask for a proposal on what it might cost the city if we were to take lead to prepare an environmental document. And they said they could do it for $13,842, and that proposal is in your staff report. So that represents what would the cost to the city, what the city would be, and then again, the Shepherd Marts folks have agreed to fit the bill for the background and baseline environmental studies that would be necessary to feed into that environmental document. So next steps. If the council were to initiate the land use amendments and zoning map amendments and direct staff to move forward with that this evening, this is kind of what it would look like. Staff would work with the Shepherd Marks team and SWICA to complete the environmental work. It's likely that we could bring those land use changes to, forward to Planning Commission and City Council in early 2023. As I mentioned previously, the mitigated negative declaration for the Seashell Cove land use change is actually complete. The council gave direction to move forward land use amendments. I could literally return to you with those within, just a few meetings, because that work is already done. Although, might want to consider, if we do go down this road, having me go back to Planning Commission to see if there's anything they might want to add into that, because these are land use changes that would reflect basically changes on the map from low density to high density or medium density. Doesn't reflect, say, any desire to work on the policy language inside of, say, the general plan or the zoning code to address maybe more specifics that we might want to see associated with a land use change. And so that might be something that the council's interested in having us talk with the Planning Commission about. So that would be one opportunity there. I'd also be curious to see what the City Council thinks about that. And I guess the question is why should council initiate the amendments? I think the reason behind it is it's one of your major city goals, is housing. So this is one opportunity to push forward the housing concept. The City Council speaks to this regularly about how do we move housing initiatives forward, how can we bring housing projects forward, specifically multifamily housing projects. And I think it puts a good foot forward in the development community. They'd see the city has took the initiative to initiate these amendments, had some skin in the game while it was being done, meaning we paid for a portion of it. And the projects that would be coming forward, the multifamily projects that would be coming forward on these properties would be done by developers that are unlikely to be from Morro Bay. So that's why I say it sends the message. They would see that the city is serious about housing. They would understand the city desires to have housing projects come forward. And that's probably, again, about the best foot you can put forward, as it relates to promoting housing in the city. And then I think housing is just good business. You all have heard these comments from our business community for probably the last couple of years now. They can't keep employees, they can't hire employees. The employees that they have are commuting far distances, and that's coming from our hotel industry, restaurants, or shops. We hear this consistently, and when we reach out to those folks, or when I speak to them personally, having folks commuting from North County to here, you think about the cost, the increase in inflation, increase in gas prices, and some of the folks that are least capable of absorbing those additional costs are driving the furthest to come here and work in our city. So it does have an economic development component to it. And I think it's a good opportunity at least to have the conversation this evening, because we do have 2 property owners that are interested in housing and want to work with us on that. And I would say probably the one that's closest to being ready to move forward to a project would probably be the Seashell Cove folks. They do development, they've built housing, lots of housing units. They've worked with us and come up with some concept designs and stuff to show us things that they were looking at, and to show us projects that they built in other areas of the state. So that is something that the land use change were to move forward, that they would be able to act on pretty quickly once the change was made. And I think that is my last slide, so I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Scott, for that excellent overview and presentation. Very much appreciated. We'll go to council questions. Now that I can see you now, so does anybody want to lead us off with questions for Mr. Graham?
I'll start.
Thanks.
I'll go after Jeff, or whenever.
Okay. We have
Thank
a
you,
first
Mayor.
and a second for questions, you bet.
And thank you, Scott, for that presentation. Now, historically, maybe you can help me out. Has this general area in the city been ag land or RA zoned before the Seashell development got approved?
It's residential, low density. It's the lowest density residential designation that we have in the city.
That general area?
Yes.
The properties we're looking at. So it wasn't ag land before that, or?
I don't know. Not that since it's been that way since at least the 90s. I don't know if it was that before that or not.
So the low density residential would be what I used to call RA?
Yeah.
So it would be
correct. RA is low
Which
low
is
density.
0 to 4 or something, right? Okay, so that's what it was, and then Seashell came along, and they got it to change to R1, is that right? Or-
They didn't change it. They did a conservation subdivision, which took the density that was allowed on the overall lot and then combined it into a smaller footprint. They had some constraints again because of environmentally sensitive habitat. Also, it kind of fit in with the design and the style of homes they wanted to put out there. My feeling is that we haven't had we've taken 2, I think, to Planning Commission. I think we got approval for 1 of them. And they didn't get built just because from an economic standpoint, it didn't make sense. I think they thought that they were going to be building, if you look at the design standards for that subdivision, maybe like multi-million-dollar homes.
Right,
But
right.
you're right next to Highway 1.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of noise, and so I think maybe the reality of it was that wasn't what was going to happen, and some of the design constraints that were on the subdivision sort of make it infeasible, maybe to build that type of envisioned housing. I mean, they certainly could come back and amend those approvals to build single-family homes there, and I think if we weren't to move forward land use change down here, that's probably what they would do because, again, the owner is a developer. So.
Yeah, okay. So both of those parcels are in the city limits, and they're asking for this upzone. You had mentioned that because of various issues, ESHAs and so forth, that the maximum capacity, do you have any sense on how many units would be realistic for the 2 properties combined?
I think the Seashell Cove one is a little bit easier. They're interested in using, I mean, I don't know if they've done the complete analysis of it yet, but the existing lots, the 10 lots, and putting, potentially like 4plexes or 6 units on each one of them. And then kind of amending the approvals to increase the development footprints that are on there. So that one's a little bit easier because that can get you into that 40 to, like 60, 70 range, probably. The other one, I'm not sure. They have the power line corridor that runs across there. They have drainage easements, and they haven't completed any of the environmental studies, whereas the Seashell Cove ones have. And so we already know what's going on there, and that they could probably achieve, pending bringing the development application forward, something in the neighborhood of that 40+ units. The other one, it's unclear at this point because we don't know all of the constraints, and they haven't all been mapped yet.
Okay. If council does approve this request, does it set a precedent for neighboring property owners to ask for that upzone as well?
I think what it does is we don't have really any other properties in town that are like this. This is a fairly undeveloped lot in town, and it's decent sized. We don't have a bunch of these. This is kind of the only one. In fact, it's one of the lots we identified in the housing element is potentially being able to take some additional lots through an upzoning process. So we do have the Williams Brothers lot that's next to it, but that one's subject to referendum and only allows for commercial development on. I had the map in front of me. I'm sorry I don't, but there's 2 areas that are separated by kind of an open space area in the middle, and they're commercial. No residential is allowed on that property.
So that referendum you referenced, that's the one that was passed in '86 or in the mid-'80s that would require a vote of the public to support any development or just a change or?
It would require a vote to change what they put in place, which is, they changed the land use. The referendum was in response to a fairly large housing project that was being proposed at a time when the city had, serious water concerns. And so when the referendum went through, it went through with the property being allowed to be commercial. The Williams Brothers were a grocery store. They ran grocery stores, and I think that's probably why they defaulted to the commercial concept. But there's no residential allowed on it currently, and it would have to go back to a vote of the people to fix that.
So I know that's something Mr. Newmeyer's been kicked, or we've talked about informally. Is that referendum still in place and still effective? I think you'd mentioned at some point that there have been challenges to that kind of a initiative.
So whether or not a previous referendum or ballot measure that the residents have voted for, whether or not that would be preempted by state law would be something that I would need to look at specifically if that issue is brought to my office. But the general assumption, of course, is that if it's passed by the voters, then it is binding law for the city.
Okay, great. Good to know. Thank you for that. Let's see here. So Teresa Road, that's the little road runs in front of the Casa de Flores there. I'm assuming that that would be the road that would support the housing units that are being discussed in the upzone?
Certainly, it would support the 10-lot subdivision that exists there now, the Seashell Cove property, because that has access to it now, and it's designed to take access from Teresa Road. There probably would be the opportunity to provide access to the other property there and a couple of different options running along the frontage of Highway 1 there, and even circling back around over the top and coming back down, kind of creating a loop up there. You could do something along those lines as well that would come down kind of in the area where the laydown yard is for the wharf. Right, you could run something that goes all the way, it goes along the frontage, extends along the boundary of the property, and comes back and comes out, comes out there. So
okay,
yeah.
So you don't see that as an issue necessarily? Okay.
No.
Let's see here. So you're comfortable we have sufficient municipal services to service that?
All the discussions we've had to this point, reflect that. I mean, obviously, the big concern that everybody's always talking about is water. Right. But the good thing is we go through the allocation of water through the water equivalency unit process every year. So if we don't have water, we don't allocate water equivalency units. I mean, it's that simple. So it's not really affected by that since we have that other process in place.
So is there existing water infrastructure near this development that would be relatively straightforward in terms of, and the developer would pay for those connections?
Yeah, I mean, they have to do the analysis, related to the development, what would end up coming out there, and then if they had to extend infrastructure up there, that would be the cost of the developer. It wouldn't be the cost of the city. But we do have water infrastructure that extends over there.
Okay, let's see. So there's no master plan or specific plan or anything else that we've developed for this parcel. So basically, we're saying to the owners of the properties, we'll grant you this upzone and bring a plan later, and we'll take a look at it.
That's the concept. That's what we'd be looking at. It's not dissimilar. If you think about it, we have the large 10-acre lot that's owned by Chevron on North Main, right? That's been sitting there for a very long time, and every once in a while they relist it. That's probably finally going through clearances at County Environmental Health. I think they're finally making their way through that. But that property is zoned like R1 and would allow for, or R3 would allow for high density residential development. They just needed to clear the hurdle of getting the property clean or the finer closure for the County Environmental Health. And so that property doesn't have any sort of special approval associated with it either, or a master plan requirement or anything. Somebody would just come in with a development application for it, and it's all multifamily housing like this is. This isn't proposed to have like a mixed-use development with commercial and stuff associated with it. If you upzoned it to say medium or high-density residential, it would be housing.
So. Okay. Do most cities upzone properties without a project in place?
I think it depends. I've seen it go both ways. I mean, it is a common way to see it. You have a project coming forward, so you see what you get. I think we're in unique times now. I mean, housing is we have a housing emergency in the state of California, housing crisis, whatever you want to call it, and we are seeing the impacts of that, and it's a city council goal. So, I think looking at unique opportunities for trying to do what the city can to promote housing and to get housing projects submitted to come into us, I think is a good and it's a valuable discussion, I think, for the council to have. Whether you make the decision or not this evening, I think it's certainly a good discussion for the council to have, given it is one of your goals.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Councilmember Hiller. Councilmember Addis, I think you had your hand up to go second.
Thank you, Mayor. Scott, could you remind us the two things you were hoping to get input on? As you were giving the presentation, you kind of verbally said you'd love to get some feedback on a couple things.
Oh, so if the council's desire is to move it forward, to direct staff to work on to initiate the amendments, the land use amendment and zoning map amendment, I did mention that we'd already gone to the Planning Commission with the Seashell Cove item. And the Planning Commission said, no, we'd like to see it with a project. That is not entirely consistent with your goals, by the way. It does say the project would come later, but that's neither here nor there. I was just curious to see if you would want me to go back to the Planning Commission to talk to them again and kind of give your input, because assuming if you went down the road of giving me that direction, you would have a lot of things to say about that in support of it, and I could relay that information to the Planning Commission, and we could have another conversation about it. And the Planning Commission, may have some other ideas about, given, if we went down that, again, in that direction, that they might want to add text amendments to it to, give specific direction related to development that could happen there. So that is an opportunity that's there, and not something that was discussed when we went to Planning Commission previously. They just really said, oh, we'd prefer to see it with the project. And so, that was one of the things I was really interested in getting your feedback. If we did go in that direction, would be, do you want me to go back to Planning Commission, or do you want me to just literally just come right back to City Council with the land use changes, meaning with the resolutions and the zoning ordinance amendment that would be necessary to achieve that?
Got it. And then this would be medium density, not high density, and is that because of all the restrictions? We were looking at medium density as the likely, process moving forward. It could be high, depending on what the constraints come back and say. That's the issue with the Seashell Cove property, is kind of working our way through what the constraints look like, and then that would potentially require amendments to the tract approvals to deal with the building pad limitations that subdivision has on it, and they haven't got to that level of detail in their analysis of those lots. And so if they're trying to get kind of that 40 to 50, 60 unit type number, they could potentially achieve it by doing the amendments, or they might not be able to, and I want to be a little bit flexible there, just depending on what the constraints end up coming back as. So. And is that 40 to 60 unit, is that about ROI? I mean, is that what, it's either luxury homes or 40 to 60 units to make this a go for a developer?
They said, they probably could make it work at that 40 unit number. Between that and the 60 probably makes it work, and that made sense. And they kind of gave us a couple of site fits that they did. I mean, they're not specific, they don't include grading or anything, so they're not 100% true, but they kind of did show that they could fit, apartment building type units on them with parking, which is good. So it is feasible to get that number of units. We just, devil's in kind of the details. We would have to do that. The rest of the analysis, which is the grading information that would have to come forward, which is expensive, which is why they're interested in having us say, like, yes, we want this, but we want this housing now. We'll go spend the money to do this. These other expensive pieces of it, to design the architecture, to do the full layout, to do the full architectural plans, the full site plan, those types of things. So that's kind of where it's at.
And the alternative is they're looking at 10 single-family homes?
Yes.
Max, okay. And then is there a way for us to increase the affordable unit requirement? It's 10%, you said?
It is 10%, and that is the city's inclusionary requirement. So, I mean, that's what it is. I suppose in the context of discussing changes on the one subdivision anyway, to the conditions of approval that were for the tract, that could be a conversation. The other one, I mean, we enforce the policies that we have. We certainly could encourage them to do more. And maybe they need that. If you do more, then you can get exceptions, and they might need exceptions. We just don't know yet. We're not there yet. We don't have the plans and stuff for it. So that might be something that they would need to take advantage of anyway, or might want to, because they just increase it a little bit and they can get an exception, which might allow them to have a narrower road in an area, or a little bit fewer parking spaces or something along those lines, which are exceptions you can request as part of providing additional affordable housing.
So if council said yes tonight, when do you think what's like the soonest we could see housing out there? And the second part of that question is, it sounds like if we said yes tonight, there's a lot that happens between now and somebody moving in, and there's quite a bit of leeway and control that council has that planning commission could have in terms of influencing what this might look like.
Yeah, I mean, timing of it, it's going to take, land use changes take a while. Typically it's planning commission, right, city council, and then it goes off to the coastal commission, and then once they're done, then everybody knows what can happen out there. And so in the Shepherd Marts, side of things, the bigger property, they're not developers. So either they'd be partnering with somebody to do the development, or they may be selling it off to a housing developer that would come forward and do that. That would be kind of where they come into the picture at. The Steiner development, the Seashell Cove one, they're developers, and so they would be able to come back immediately. As soon as the land use changes are done, we'd be working with them, while the land use changes were underway to get the fit done for the property and to look at what, conditions needed to be changed in the original subdivision approvals to make them move forward. But that by far would be the faster path forward to housing would be them, because one, it's already a developer, and two, they've already done all the environmental work, and really we just need to come back and get those approvals. Was there a second piece to the question?
No, well, just what's the shortest we could, if I had a kid in kindergarten, would they be in there by 6th grade or?
I think so. I know on the Steiner side of things, they're really interested in moving quickly. They'd like to start development if they could tomorrow. That's where they're at, because that's what they do. And they've had this property for a while, and they've been working with us for well over, I think, working on 2 years now, maybe, for it. So they are eager to move forward. And so much so that, if they're not able to, they probably would move forward with single-family homes. They're not going to probably hold the property forever, I don't think so.
I think that's all my questions at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Addis. Some other questions? Councilmember Ford or Barton?
Councilmember Barton, do you have any questions? I do, but I'll wait. Okay. I do have a couple of questions. One is, Mr. Graham, can you define what affordable is? Affordable housing, like that 10%, the definition of what affordable is?
The 10%, they could come in at very low or moderate income, and it's moderate's 120% of area median income. Low is 80, I think. And then very low is, I think, below 60. Okay. So, I'm not, me doing this is like doing math in public. I'm sorry, but it's right along those lines, yes.
Okay. So when you're asking, or when you were mentioning, I think it was Councilmember Addis was asking about that 10% number, and if we were able to change that at all, and you were saying there's a possibility in the conditions in the future to specify you want more of that number. And the reason I'm asking that is because affordable really, the median income is to me a little insane. But so what's actually affordable for Morro Bay in our workforce? My concern is that it actually is affordable, and so I'm interested, is what I'm saying, in that idea that in the future maybe we can really talk about what those income levels look like, and maybe I don't know if that's something that we have any power over, or.
So we could through conditioning dictate what income level that 10% comes in at. You could decide that we want a certain number of them to be very low, and moderate. The city actually absolutely has the ability and discretion to condition that as part of the project. So you would be able to do that. The idea of having more affordable units, that gets into really just negotiation on the project, really. And projects, it's especially in this location, projects they're going to need things to make the projects work. So there is the possibility to get more. And again, they might want to do that just to get some of the exceptions that they'd be allowed to get.
So is that something that council can direct, or is that more of a planning commission, their department?
Council can certainly express their desire to maximize the number of affordable units. Quite frankly, we haven't built multifamily housing in any substantial number for over 20 years. So, we just need housing. Affordable is fantastic, and we need that too. But that's all we've really built in large numbers. Is we've, is we have the Haslow project that's under construction, right now, and, that's 30 or 35 units, 4 units, whatever. But we haven't built, large, market rate, even market rate apartment style housing in forever. I mean, you drive around town, you see the larger projects, and they're from the 90s and 80s and that type of thing. So.
Right. And I do understand that apartments in general, of course, the price point for that would be generally less than a single parcel home, especially on a large lot, those 10 parcels. So generally, it would be less expensive to begin with, which I mentioned earlier, I think is important to have, that variance. But back to this upzoning, I have a question we know we had some feedback from Chamber and from planning commissioners, a couple of them, asking about, the planning commissioners did not mention this, it was from the Chamber about a master plan, creating more of a, economically looking at this situation, like should we start there and end up with housing, or how does that look, and more specifically, what would creating a master plan cost the city, and how long would that delay this housing project estimate?
So it's a good question. We're doing a phased master plan for the Vista property. It's $175,000. When we're done, it'll probably be closer to $300,000, if not more. This isn't like that. This isn't commercial property, and this isn't mixed use. So it's probably in the $200,000 range. It could be between $200,000 and $250,000. Again, master plans work really good when you're doing a lot of different things. When you're doing mixed use, and maybe it's mixed use in the concept that you might have rental housing and for sale, like condo or townhome type development. So you have a range of housing types out there. So you get a little bit of mixed housing types versus overall mixed use, which is that kind of commercial and residential that you hear about so much. So, I mean, yeah, and that's what you'd be doing the master plan, and really you probably don't even need it for you don't even really need it for the Seashell Cove property. The infrastructure is there, the lots are there, the driveway approach, curb cuts are actually there, and the drainage improvements are there, the infrastructure, utilities are into the sites. I mean, all that stuff's there. There's not really much for a master plan to tell you about that, other than to speak to architecture, which would be done through a development plan anyway, an application meeting, and we have design guidelines in that we have a design element in the general plan, we have a design chapter in the city's draft zoning code, and we have residential design guidelines. So we have lots and lots of, design direction in city adopted policies or documents that are soon to be adopted.
Okay. And going back to when I was speaking about input that we received from planning commissioners, 3 individuals, their concern was, again, you addressed this earlier, not having a plan first before we approve the upzoning. Can you just expand a little bit more, one more time, so that I can hear it and the public can hear it? Like, what is that process? If we were to approve the upzoning, and let's say the developer who's promised to do this development comes back and is like, I'd rather make some really expensive condos and blah, blah, blah. And what does that process look like? Do they have to go through planning commission? And
So once we completed the land use changes, then projects would come forward. And those would be through our normal discretionary review processes that would require planning commission and city council review. So those would be coastal development permits, conditional use permits, tentative tract maps. If we have some that are condos, they would have a map with them. Apartments don't require maps. So it would be those types of things. And those are all discretionary processes that would land, especially for the Shepherd Marsh property, would land at planning commission and city council because of the size of those properties. And they might want to take advantage of our plan development, permitting requirements and things like that as well. So to really tailor the project to the site, because there's kind of nodes where development can be located and there's areas where there's constraints where development can't be located. So.
Okay. I think that's it for questions for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. And Councilmember Barton, did I
Did you have any questions?
Were you just talking about the possibility of something other than residential on the Shepherd Marts?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was trying to say when Councilmember Ford was asking me about the master plan process. Master plans are, work really well for mixed-use developments. They also work fine if it's a residential development, especially larger ones. They work pretty well for. I was just speaking to that. You often see them in mixed-use scenarios, like we're going to be doing on the Vistra property for the battery project and what would go there later. We're starting that master planning process now. That's kind of a different animal than a master plan that you might have for a residential development. It's not as complex and would be less expensive likely. So.
Okay. Yeah. I was just curious if you were thinking that, well, with that many homes, there needed to be some commercial opportunities there.
It's something internally we've talked about a little bit. We haven't, received any interest, so far from the property owners to that end. So we haven't really considered it. We're certainly going to have to look at, opportunities related to transportation and access and having, probably a bus stop or something like that over there, because you put a bunch of residents over there, they need to have ways to get around. And right now the bus stop's on Quintana and they walk over there, which is not ideal. So we would want to have like a bus stop over there, that type of stuff. So transit accessing the site. So.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask one more question?
Yes, please.
Scott, can you talk a little bit about traffic? Would it just be kind of a dead end there with 40 to 60 units, or would there be another connection?
So yeah, the cul-de-sac is there, and they would just, on that one development, they would just make use of that, and they would kind of develop the individual lots, which is the concept currently. Maybe they come up with something else when they start fitting it on there, but right now they're thinking we can probably use the lots in their current configuration and just revise the approved development footprints. So yeah, they would just have the access up there. They have parking areas that they have in the fit that they did that shows they have plenty of parking for the multifamily development there, and so they would come in and go out that same direction.
And the intersection coming off the highway.
And so, as for that project, there's no impacts that require additional improvements to the intersection. I would imagine were we to go to the next piece, the Shepherd March property, and add significantly more units there, then you're starting to look at intersection improvements, an internal circulation system that gets you in and out of there in a couple of different ways, and then even the Seashell Cove property could use that circulation system to get back out potentially as well, so it could provide a couple of means of ingress and egress.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Scott, just to be clear, and I think it's been stated, if council were to approve this evening, any proposed project specifically that came from any of the developers would come back both to Planning Commission, going through their normal process, as well as back to the City Council through its normal process.
That's correct. Oh, that's correct, Mayor, and that would be preceded by me coming back with the actual land use changes, because that's not what you're reviewing tonight. You're just giving me direction to initiate the land use changes. We're not approving land use changes tonight.
And my reading of the chamber comment letter was they were in support of the staff recommendation, but had broader concerns about what, and I'll use the statement, would be potentially a broader vision for workforce and affordable housing for the whole community, not just this particular entity. Is that the way you read it as well?
That's largely what I took away from the letter that they provided today, yes.
Okay, I appreciate it. In the last 5 years, can you give me approximately the number of what you would consider to be affordable housing units that were built in Morro Bay?
2.
Just approximate.
2.
Okay. The last 5 years, can you give me the number of what you would consider to be affordable workforce housing units built in Morro Bay?
I don't know about workforce. We have built about, I want to say 5, maybe 6 apartment units.
Okay. And remind me of our required RENA goals again, approximately. You may not be able to quote them exactly, but what are our goals eventually?
Oh, what are our arena numbers? It's 380 something.
Total.
Yes, that's total number. And then they're broken down by the affordability numbers as well. I just don't know those off the top of my head.
Right. That was total number of units. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Council, for great questions. We'll go ahead and open up public comment. This is public comment for item C-1 on the agenda this evening. And I'll need some help from Dana. Do you have any slips, Dana?
Yes, I do. Our first speaker is John Hinchy.
Okay. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Bear with me, I'm a morning person, so just so you know. I want to thank the staff. For 2 years we've been working on this, and much appreciated Cindy and Scott, so wanted to bring that up for sure. And just a little something about our company. Mr. Steiner founded the company in 1970, and he's been a resident of the area here for 27 years, so we have business around the state, but he lives here. And just as an example, we built 5,500 houses in California, 300 finished lots we've done, over 600 apartment units, 3,000 houses in Idaho. So we've got a lot of extensive track record of building, and we like to build. So what we would do with this property is we want to get 40 to 70 units. It's going to depend on the topography of this thing, and it's quite steep up there, but we think we could get between those two numbers. So we're going to have to get to work with the architect and engineering, and if you approve this tonight, tomorrow morning I'll be in his office and we'll get started on this. I think we can get something to the city within a few months easily, plan, and site plan, elevations, floor plans, the whole thing. So we're anxious to get going on it. One other option is, too, you mentioned building houses there. We could do the 10 houses, but with California changed the law, you can actually do duplexes on residential lots now. So that we could get 20 units on there, but I don't think that would help serve the housing crisis. So we'd rather do 40 to 70, and that, again, it's going to depend on the layout. So, but we'd get to work right on it. And I think Scott knows that because he's dealt with us for a couple of years. We've done a lot of work already on this property, so appreciate the support on this. Any questions of me?
We'll just take your comments, John. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana, do we have other public comment?
Yes, our next speaker is Dan Shepard.
Okay. Welcome, Dan.
There we go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. This was just, we wanted to come up and express personally to you the appreciation we have for the work that we have been able to engage with the city with over the last several years in trying to develop this property with the water reclamation facility, et cetera, and looking forward to the opportunity to again partner with the city to try and turn this lot, this frankly difficult parcel, into something that would be an asset to the city and also just advance the project for the community in general. So we just wanted to be here personally tonight to be involved and let you know that we were engaged and really want to see what we can do with this collectively. So just want to take a few minutes and say again, thank you for your time, the Planning Commission's efforts, and again, your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Dana, next public comment.
Mike Martz.
Okay. Welcome, Mike.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just echoing what Dan said on the Martz part of the Shepard Martz ownership. We're collectively the owners, and we're excited to partner with the city in this effort and look forward to your support, and I appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Dana, next public comment.
I have no more speaker slips. Invite up Mr. Donnelly.
Okay, yeah. Welcome, Paul. Sorry.
All right. Good evening again, Mayor, City Council. Paul Donnelly, Morro Bay. When the Planning Commission heard this the other day, I was really impressed. Like Councilmember Heller said, we got a really good commission. One of the things they asked about was the public benefit out here. You know, it's a very remote location. You can't walk to town from there. It's actually a very undesirable location to put a subdivision. The terrain is not conducive. The underlying rock is serpentinite, which has naturally occurring asbestos in it. 8 years ago, when the subdivision was created, they gave them a narrow street, so there's no on-street parking. There's no sidewalks. And with all of that, even with this increase in density, really not going to change the undesirable location that it is. And the remainder of the property is in an unstable hillside, and we learned that lesson when the WRF project was developed and you triggered some landslides. So that's the same soil that's on those hillsides and the surrounding property that if you touch it, watch out, you're probably going to have another landslide. But going back to what Director Graham said about what this density does, it just really simply increases the value of the property and nothing more. So consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Dana, other public comment?
Yes, Ms. Winholtz?
Betty Winholtz, and before I make my 5 points about this property, I want to publicly say how I was offended by the last hearing where the public wasn't even allowed during a hearing to see the project that was being proposed. So moving on to this project, as was stated earlier, water is the big thing here. You're talking about a great amount of density on both sides of Casa de Flores. Add to that what you're doing up in the panorama lots, and you say that there's water there. We have 5% from state this year. I don't know where you think all this water is coming from, but I think that is an issue that you need to address. In addition to that, it bothers me that you're asking taxpayers to pay for this amendment, to pay for this upgrade. This is usually what a developer would do. They should foot the bill. We, the taxpayers, should not. So I am offended by that, that we have to pay for this. And certainly with them, because it's a housing thing, they're going to come forward with a plan development. We should not have to pay for a master plan development if you even wanted to do one on just residential. So I'm not sure why we are doing this. I feel like it's a public giveaway to these people that we're paying for these things for them, encouraging them to come because we don't know what we're going to get. And all the things that your planning commission said, who are your advisors in this field, are telling you you need to have a project. You don't just upzone something without a project. You lose your right to get benefits, and I hope you're hearing that, and I'm not sure that you are, because you're increasing their value tremendously for their personal benefit, not the city's. In addition, I hope what comes back with this, this is like leapfrog development, and that's not really an acceptable way to develop. We don't know what the visual impact is going to be because this is a scenic highway. It's a roadway that's acknowledged both nationally and state. And here you're putting a bunch of closed, multi-housing units on a hillside and on a top of a hill. And it's like that really needs to be addressed before you upzone so you can see what that's like if that's what you really like. So I guess, and the other point to make, and it was said by the director, that this is not affordable housing. And I don't believe housing is affordable by design anymore. So unless you require it to be very low and low, which you can't because you're giving it away because you're upzoning it, you're not going to get housing that's affordable. And so I think you need to acknowledge that. Thanks.
Thank you, Betty. Dana, further public comment?
Yes, Linda Donnelly.
Yes.
Good evening, Council. So I just want everybody to collectively say the word Teresa Drive. That's the proper name of that street. It's owned by Bayshot's side, and it's not called Teresa Road, and it's in every one of your documents. So if the planning department could just please call it what it's called, because that's the actual mailing address, because my mother lives there. Thank you. Okay, so you know, when the Seashell Coves was permitted, and I'm only talking about those 10 lots that they build, and there's actually driveways to them. And curb and gutter, or curb anyway. The former city engineer pretty much gave away the farm on that one because somehow it ended up with super narrow streets. I don't know if anybody has ever driven up there. The curbs are painted red, so there's no off-site parking for any home or project that were to go there. It also makes me concerned about emergency vehicles and how they're going to get up there and turn around. This is the other bugaboo here. The Planning Commission clearly stated, and I watched every word of that meeting, they stated that they wanted to see a project before it progressed. I don't see a project. I see a planning director coming here and saying that that he is asking the city council to overrule your quasi-judicial planning commission, who stated they didn't want to see a project they wanted to see a project before they actually approved anything. I would feel really, I don't know, kind of hurt. I put in all that work to study the project, give my recommendation to the planning director, who then in turn should give it to you, and he turns around and he's asking you to upsite, whatever that's called, zone this project. You know, do you usually usurp your planning commission? I don't think so, and at least I would hope not. And I hope you take the comments made tonight. I would like to see an actual project from the men who are here tonight. You know, then we could actually have something to talk about. There are only 10, you know, to the west side of Bayside, there are only 10 lots that have any improvement on them whatsoever. So please give it some consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Dana, do we have further public comment?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, and neighbors, and our staff, especially Commander Watkins. I always feel safer when you're here. It's been a while since I've been here, so it's good to see everybody. My kids graduated from high school a few months ago, so I'm back in action with you. And thank you all for your continued service to our wonderful city. I'm here tonight as a small business owner in town, as well as the chairman of the board of the Chamber of Commerce. Our executive director, Erica, is unable to be here tonight, so I'm standing as well as I can in her stead. I'm going to start off just by telling you a little story as a business owner that happened to me in the last year. And I'll mention the Chamber, you know, represents over 300 members and about 3,200 employees in town. I represent about 0.01% of that. I have 3 employees down at my little shop. But she came to me earlier this year and said, Jeff, I've got to give you my notice. I said, you've been with me quite a while. We survived COVID together. Why? She says, Jeff, I don't want to leave. I need to leave. I said, what's going on? Water's gone up, gasoline has gone up, and they just raised my rent by 10%. I can't afford to live here anymore. Where are you going to go? I'm going to Reedley to live with my kids. She's close to 70. She had tears in her eyes. She said, Jeff, I don't want to go. I said, can I pay you more? She says, I don't think you can afford me. This is happening week by week in our community right now. I talked to a restaurant owner in the last month who just had to close his restaurant. His number one issue was, I can't hire employees to help me run my shop. I've talked to other shop owners along the waterfront. I'm working 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. myself, 6 days a week, because I can't hire staff. The point is, and you've heard it before, is one of the major issues that we have is affording housability. We talk a lot about the fact that there's no silver bullet in terms of fixing the housing affordability problem. We know it's a toolkit. But for gosh sakes, folks, one of the most basic economical tools and useful tools in the tool bag is upzoning. And you have an opportunity before you tonight to do that. So kudos. I take my hat off to Director Graham and our director as well, Mr. Collins, for bringing this to you tonight. And I urge you to seriously consider this, and I urge you to follow, well, they didn't recommend it, they're just bringing it to you. I urge you to adopt the zoning amendments for the benefit of everyone that lives here. One of your major city goals is housing and housing affordability. Granted, there are challenges with housing and affordable, whether it's a capital A, a small a, but sitting here and not building anything and not doing anything is just giving lip service. Here's a chance for you to actually do something. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Dana, do we have further public comment?
I don't see any further speakers in-house. AGP Video, do we have any raised hands in the queue?
Thank you. We have no raised hands in the queue.
Okay, thank you. I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion and deliberation as well as recommendation. And let me get my camera on here. Thank you. Perhaps I'll start off. This is one of those issues that raises, I think, a lot of questions and a lot of community emotion. It's absolutely known that one of the major goals of the city is affordable, or, you know, I might use the term more affordable housing, because the term affordable housing on the central coast of California might be considered an oxymoron. However, it behooves cities like ours to do whatever we can to improve the ability of developers, or to allow developers to have the opportunity to increase the number of units on the property that they have, such that they become somewhat, and I won't say perhaps exactly affordable, but more affordable in the future. We've heard from the business community, I think, rather loudly, and I appreciate Mr. Eccles' comments with regard to that. Chamber letter, without a doubt, supports this recommendation by staff, but it also goes further in making a recommendation to more quickly look at perhaps a multidisciplinary group of folks, bring them together and develop, my term, a master plan that encompasses a greater portion of the community. Some of the risks, yes, this land could be upzoned and could eventually become more valuable to the potential developer, and essentially sold. There's nothing that the city can do about that, but at this time, we have established goals that, in my opinion, we have been unable to meet at present. And this, at least, is a beginning for us, in my opinion, to begin to move towards the development of something that will be what I'll call more affordable, and perhaps even to the point of being a greater partnership with the city and the developers themselves. However, my concern is the further addressing of the issues raised by the chamber, which would be involving a broader number of individuals to look at the big picture. I'll use the term perhaps master plan, although I don't know that that's an appropriate term, but there are a number of other areas that I think Planning Commission, in conjunction with chamber, city staff, and members of our development department could look at to advance our, in my opinion, number 1 or 2 goal of affordable housing. I will be supporting this recommendation this evening to
basically recommend that the city council staff work on processing of a change to the general plan, local coastal plan, use map and zoning map for the properties north of Highway 1 and west of South Bay Boulevard from low-density residential to medium-density residential, and direct staff to return with a mid-year budget amendment to authorize $13,900 in general fund expenditures for this year. I will add a second part to my recommendation or motion, and that would be this. And I'll go slowly for more benefit, Dana, as I know you'll probably need to write this down. I would also recommend that we approve that staff recommend the development of an ad hoc committee that be formed, including members of the City Council, Planning Commission, city staff, and chamber to meet with developers interested in developing on these parcels to discuss how to incorporate concerns raised by the chamber and planning commission in their plans for development. Period. Did you get that, Dana?
I think I did.
Okay.
I'll second, if that was a motion.
That was a motion, and we have a second by Council Member Addis, and we'll entertain further discussion.
I have a question regarding your addition, Mayor. This ad hoc committee, did you list citizens, or is that something you're interested in? Or are you wanting to keep it limited to the boards that you...
Initially, I was going to actually keep it limited to number one, approving the staff recommendation, and then recommendation, the formation of this ad hoc committee to include members of City Council, Planning Commission, city staff, and chamber. And that would be my recommendation at present. Now, that would all have to come back, obviously. That would be vetted through the Planning Commission, as has been stated previously, and also then would come back to the City Council, again, for deliberation, at which time we would be having public hearings, obviously, for input from the public at that time.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I comment at this point?
Absolutely, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the motion.
Sure.
To restate my support of the Planning Commission, I think we have a group of professionals that easy to overlook their recommendations, but I know at least one member was chair of the Planning Commission in Los Angeles for 8 years. That's a depth of experience that most of us don't have here in Morro Bay, and I really respect his opinion and others on the Planning Commission. They made it very clear that allowing this upzone to go forward without a project was basically giving away the store. And I would agree with that. I'd like to reference a letter from the Chamber of Commerce, who has spent an enormous amount of time working on workforce housing. No one knows better than Mr. Eccles and the small business owners in here the impact that this is having on the city on a daily basis, and a lot of it has already happened when you throw COVID in the mix and other things. It's an urgent issue. They say we encourage the City Council to go further with master planning of the properties. The city is the only one legally empowered to do so and is responsible for determining what is in the public interest and benefits everyone. That's very well worded. It says the city can lead an effort like that, and we think it should. We should be leading the effort by putting together a master plan for these properties prior to any upzoning. That's the only way we're going to control what gets built. It's the only way we're going to accomplish the quantity and quality of affording housing that we need in this. We need to have control of the process, and we can set that up through a master plan. I think it could be done quickly. If it can be done for $250,000, that's a bargain. I think it's urgent that we do this. I think we're making a huge mistake to move forward with an F-zone without this master plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hiller. I'll comment from the same letter, which states in their 5th paragraph, we support the staff recommendation to council to change this land use and zoning designation for higher density housing. And then they go on to say what you said. And so, as Mr. Eccles stated, I just wanted to make sure it was understood that there is support for this recommendation from the chamber. Thank you. Other comments?
So, Mr. Mayor, you're saying that the letter states that the master plan effort should be done after the upzone?
No, if you refer to the very bottom of the first page, it basically says we support the staff recommendation to council to change this is item C1, this land use and zoning designation for higher density housing. But just changing this, they go on to say is not enough, and then they go on to talk about the master plan that you were talking about, Councilmember Hiller.
Yeah, so the way I read it, so the way I read it is the zoning up, the upzone in itself is not going to solve the solution. That in fact we need to be the arbiter and leading any master planning effort. So, are you saying the letter says that the master plan should come after the upzone?
No, I was saying that.
Is that your interpretation?
Well, my interpretation, which I think was verified by Mr. Eccles, the current chamber chair, supported C1 as a recommendation, but then went on to say that the city needed to do more. And my motion was an attempt to convene all of the groups involved, this multidisciplinary group, to get together to develop, and I didn't use the word master plan. However, I did use the word to meet with developers interested in developing on parcels to discuss how to incorporate concerns raised by the Chamber, Planning Commission, et cetera, in their plans for development.
Okay. Well, maybe I misinterpreted the letter in some way, but I think my point is this. We basically give away the control that we need to get the affordable housing that we need if we allow the upzone to go before a master plan, which dictates what we want. I also think that the 10% inclusionary issue needs to be discussed, and I'm going to present it as a future agenda item that will come back to council. I think to get affordable housing, we have to be more specific, and we should up that number, and we should also clarify, and I think the categories are extremely low, very low, and low. And I think those are the three categories we need to address to keep people in town and to give the kind of diversity that we want in this community. So I'd like to bring that back, and I'll talk to that later. But I think that would be part of the master plan as an important piece, regardless of whether this gets approved or not tonight, that we address that very soon. The other question I have about the number of units we're looking at, it sounds like the Seashell project would be in the 40 to 70 range. Mr. Graham, what are your thoughts about the Martz parcel in terms of number of units that might realistically be developed there, considering what you know and don't know at this point?
I'm not going to hazard to guess at the number of units. I mean, we need to do the environmental studies that they're looking to prepare will give us the constraints, and without knowing all of them, I would be way off probably.
Okay.
So,
So that parcel is what, 4 or 5 times larger than the Seashell, or is it more than that, or what?
It's
roughly
45 acres compared to under 5.
Okay, so it's a possibility that that could be 100 plus or 200 units even, or is that? You don't have to answer that. I'm just trying to get my arms around that.
It certainly could be more. They have areas there again where the lay down area for the WRF is pretty good. It's a pretty good flat area. You can certainly put a number of units there.
Okay.
And if you kind of equated it to the size of, say, the Seashell Cove property, you could see that a number of units could fit there similar to that. So.
Okay, so it's going to be a large development. The other thing I want to say is, because of its location, there are a couple of points about the location I want to make. One is, historically, if you look how cities develop across the country, when there are geographical separations between neighborhoods, a lot of times there's a huge difference in the quality of life, the quality of the neighborhood, and so forth, when there's that separation, whether it's highways, railroad tracks, those kinds of things. On the wrong side of the tracks is a kind of a cliched example, but my concern about putting housing over there is that it will become kind of an other. It won't really be part of the city the way infill development comes about. So I'm concerned about that. Also, the visual impact, I think that this development, when it happens, should be a statement about who and what Morro Bay is. So I want it to be a neighborhood. I want it to look and feel like a neighborhood. I'd like to live there myself, that kind of a development, so that when people drive by, they go, wow, that looks great. It looks like what Morro Bay is. It looks like it might be a neighborhood. It looks like a place I might want to live. So that's why I think the master planning process is so important, because that vision of what this is going to be really is going to say a lot about our city. So it's another reason I think that this planning process has to happen before the upzoning to make sure we get that. So I just wanted to say that.
Thanks, Councilmember Heller. Appreciate that. Any further comments? Looking for. Okay, I see no hands. So we do have a motion by myself and a second, I believe, by Councilmember Addis, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
All right. So seeing no further discussion, I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Councilmember Barton?
No.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Great discussion. Thank you for that. That brings us to item C-2. This is approval of a WRF contract amendment and review and comment on fiscal year 21-22 quarter 4 WRF quarterly report. And let's see, who am I turning this over to? Mr. Pollack?
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. As the Mayor and City Council knows, every quarter our program management team brings to the PWAB and to the City Council the WRF quarterly report to review and discuss challenges, accomplishments, project timelines, budget, et cetera, of the WRF program with the City Council. So that will be presented by our program manager, Mr. Paul Amico. He will also be presenting 5 proposed contract amendments as part of his presentation. I would like to note that we have 3 potential change orders, specifically potential change orders 103, 106, and 107 of the FBV amendment, totaling approximately $193,500 that we're gonna hold on, and we will be asking the council to approve the remainder of that amendment. The reason for holding those 3 potential change orders is because the program management team did get some additional information about those change orders and would like some more time to review. And if they determine that, and if we all determine that those change orders are legitimate, we will be bringing them back at a later date. So at this point, I'd like to bring up Mr. Amico to go through the WRF quarterly report and the 5 amendments.
Greg, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I was trying to write it and listen at the same time, and I was unsuccessful.
Sure, Mayor, and Mr. Amico will be reviewing it in more detail, but just for the good of the record, in the FBV amendment, potential change orders 103, 106, and 107 will not be included in the proposed amendment if approved by council tonight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Paul. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Council members, members of the public. Again, my name is Paul Amico. I am the program manager for the WRF, and I'll try to keep my presentation concise this evening, given the late hour. So as Director Qualick said, tonight's presentation, I'll cover the quarterly report and then spend a bit more time on the amendments because that's where you probably have most of your questions. As I always like to do, I like to start with a construction overview, just an update on where we are, where we're headed. We're getting down toward the end, which is getting pretty exciting for us. And then I'll have brief comments on the quarterly report before we talk about the amendments. So conveyance facilities, as you know, these are the two pump stations that pump the wastewater from the existing site down by the beach up to the WRF site. Pump Station A is the one down on Atascadero Road. As you can see, it's starting to look like some wastewater infrastructure. In this case, we don't always bury our best work. This is actually, it's coming up out of the ground. A lot of activity down there, and I think if anyone was tuned into PWAB the other night, we'd stated that we're waiting for, we're currently coordinating with PG&E to energize the pump stations so we can get started on testing pumps and getting those fired up ready to send wastewater up to the plant. Pump Station B by Limos continues to progress. In fact, we had some siting samples in the construction trailer the other day, so we're starting to pick out colors for the decorations, so exciting stuff. It's not just burying infrastructure, as we said. Pipe Bridge in Lila Kaiser Park is coming along nicely. That excavation, I think the last time I was here, we had just completed excavation of the pipe bridge footings. It's very exciting and very interesting. The pipe bridge itself was set a few weeks back. So the picture you see here is the setting of the pipe bridge. And if you drive by and you get on Highway 1, you can see the pipes are going in, and they're starting to really make some good progress on that. One last thing, Dan Heimel with Confluence is going to talk about IPR a little bit later and a bit deeper dive on that. IPR's installation. I do believe the purified water line is now fully completed from near the injection site near the Vistra property all the way to the WRF. So big milestone for the team. We're on track to get wastewater to the plant, the new plant, by October 4th. Again, I think if anyone was tuned into PWAB, I learned that you don't order sewage on a Monday to seed the new plant. You always wait till Tuesday, make sure everything's going to go well. So that is the construction update. I did drive down Quintana, and a lot of water line relocation is ongoing. So we really are getting down toward the end. In about a month, we really should be testing a lot of the equipment on both sites and getting ready for the startup of the plant. If you go out to the WRF itself, it looks like a wastewater plant, with the exception of there's no wastewater in it yet. We're circulating clean water around, continuing, as we've discussed in the past, with the delay in the pipelines to train staff, for staff to kick the tires, if you will, on the plant, and to anticipate the wastewater coming into the plant. The membranes, the real heart of the plant, if you will, those are on site, ready to be installed. Those will start getting installed sometime in September, early September, with anticipation that everything would be ready to go a couple weeks before wastewater heads up to the plant. So making good progress on that. The one last thing I will say, and I think Dan will cover this, but the pilot injection well is currently being drilled if it's not already completed. So Dan will give an update on the recycled water facilities in a little bit before or after these two items. So we submitted the quarterly report update on August 3rd, and if you all recall, you did adopt a new budget for the WRF, just shy of $160 million, $159.5 million. Total spending through the fourth quarter is just over $111 million. We presented our accomplishments for the quarter. As I said, the major construction is ongoing. We're really pleased with how that's progressed as we've gotten through the year here. And then the other real notable accomplishment is the discharge permit. The discharge permit was secured by the city, and so we passed one of the last final regulatory hurdles to be able to start up the new plant. So that was a big milestone, and my understanding of that process, I wasn't personally that close to it. It was city staff and some of our program team, was that it went very, very well. regional boards. So we were very pleased that that accomplishment happened as well. And so I've covered most of the other ones. As we've talked about in the past, our biggest challenge this quarter and as it has been is to get everything to come together so that we can get the plant started up. We continue to work with Felance Black & Veatch on the costs associated with the delay claim. I have a number of different discussions most weeks on that matter, and we're continuing to review the charges and the hours that are charged to that, and continue to discuss that with FBV as we move forward. So that's still been a big challenge, and then also working with Anvil Builders just to keep them moving, to keep things going, and we'll cover a few of those items during the amendment process in a little more detail. Our schedule, as I had stated, we are on track to meet the end of September goal of getting the pipelines ready and sending wastewater to the plant. When we present the schedule, we present critical path activities. The pipe bridge and the pump station A, continue to sort of be on the critical path. Those are both concurrent activities that, depending on what happens on any given day, one may be ahead of the other. But those are the two major construction activities that we're bringing together in order to send wastewater to the plant. Pump Station B and the energizing of Pump Station B is also on the critical path. That depends on PG&E, and we are on track to get those stations energized in September and to start being able to test those pump stations. So I'll move on to the amendments. I can pause there if there's any questions about construction progress or the quarterly report itself before we move into the amendments. Other than I can just get through the whole presentation and we can take questions at the end. It's up to you all.
Paul, why don't we go through it and then take questions at the end, if that's okay?
That sounds fine.
Thank you.
So of the contract amendments, we have 5 contract amendments in front of council tonight, 3 professional services amendments, and then 2 contract amendments for our construction contractors, Waterworks Engineers, Carollo, my firm, and then Kevin Merck Associates. Waterworks is to continue engineering services during construction, which is very typical when you extend a construction contract. You got to continue to pay the engineer to answer questions about the design, get additional details, look at any changes or any modifications to the work. And so Waterworks, for them, continuing their work through the end of the year and adding approximately $108,000, a little shy of $109,000 to their contract to continue engineering services during construction. I'll take Kevin Merck and then I'll go Carollo last. But Kevin Merck, $15,000 for continued biological monitoring and associated with the conveyance facilities. Kevin's been doing a great job for the team, doing a lot of the required biological work to make sure we're complying with the biological environmental permits on that side. This also continues his contract through the end of construction as well. Kevin supports not just the pipeline project, but also the WRF and also the recycled water facility. So this is continuing his work on that as these construction activities go forward. As for Carollo, $1.7 million of additional budget to continue program management services through the end of major construction, and then transitioning management of the recycled water facility project to Confluence Engineering. Dan will touch a little bit more on that in his item, but we will, as major construction gets completed, Carollo Engineers will laser focus our scope on continuing to support the city for SRF funding support and also on Division of Drinking Water permitting. So as opposed to a broad scope, we're going to get laser focused around supporting Confluence as Confluence manages that project to completion. The way that we generally budget our effort is we look at what we anticipate the activities for any given fiscal year are, and then we build that estimate up. We look at what's remaining in our contract, and the delta between those two is what we request for additional authorization to finish the fiscal year budget. So in this case, at the end of the fiscal year, we had approximately $2 million remaining in our contract. We forecast by the end of this month to be around $1.2 million. Total effort from this fiscal year, July to the end of June, 2.9 million. So with the 1.2 million remaining in the contract, we were requesting 1.7 to complete major construction, and then, as I said, transition to being laser focused on funding and permitting support. So that's how we derive the $1.7 million. So the contract amendment for Anvil Builders includes 6 potential change orders. As we have discussed in the past, the utility bridge abutment changes. This particular item was changing up the construction method for those utility abutments, changing from a sheet pile construction for shoring those excavations to a different method that would be less impactful should there be cultural resources underground when we cleared those abutments. Also a much slower excavation method directed by archaeologists. So we really changed up the way that Anvil did that, and the city incurred approximately $500,000 of additional effort around this. We're also requesting 60 days of schedule for them because they were impacted. Anvil has stated that they believe that they were impacted in overall in the schedule and have reserved their right to come back and file an additional claim in the future for extended overhead related to this and other matters, which they're entitled to pursue under the contract. So we will be discussing that with Anvil as they substantiate more effort, more schedule, more time as we close the project out. We will be entering into some additional negotiations with them around schedule impacts and impacts overall that the SHPO delays and other COVID-related impacts had on them. So that's what that particular item, there will be more to come on that. They will continue to pursue additional compensation and time for that effort. But this settles the matter that was right ahead of us, which is getting those abutments excavated. For PCO 17, tracer wire. So these are plastic pipes in the ground. In order for the city and other utility, for the city to find those pipes and accurately mark those in the future, we put tracer wire in that allows the city to detect those. The original design where the purified water line got out of the trench, the original design and the designers envisioned that to go locate those lines, you would find the tracer wire and then offset to the other water line. As the construction progressed and operations staff got more involved and really came to understand watching the pipe go in the ground, they wanted that tracer wire on the purified water line as well. So this was to add that tracer wire after the project was bid, and so Anvil had incurred additional cost and in time and materials to get that tracer wire put in. In some of the places, it actually had to be put in after the purified water line was put in, so they incurred additional effort for that. I will come back to 25 and 61. I'll discuss those together. DSC stands for differing site condition. Excuse the use of acronyms for our construction professionals. They encountered utilities and bedrock that were not known at the time of bidding up on Teresa Drive, I believe. And so this was for additional effort that was incurred to get through harder ground and to deal with some unknown utilities in that location. And then on item 52, the utility bridge contains a storage tank should there ever be a sewage spill up by there because it's in a park along a creek. And so there's an alarm system that lets city staff know, operations staff know if anything were ever to happen with that. After that was being constructed, city staff determined that it would be better to hardwire that between the control system at Pump Station A and the utility bridge. So this is for additional effort to put that line in, and then instead of crediting us back for the materials that weren't used, the city accepted those materials and putting those into spares. So that's what that particular item is. So on items 25 and 61, the general conditions of the contract allow for the contractor to pursue additional compensation in time for things like changes in regulation. Item number 61, which is city sales tax increase during the project. In, I believe, April of 2021, a sales tax increase was passed, and any materials that Anvil purchases within the city that are delivered within the city are subject to that sales tax increase. We looked in the contract, checked with the city attorney's office. They are, in fact, entitled to that. And they substantiated this 134,000 with a mountain of paperwork that we went through and took a look at. And so in this particular one, again, it's allowable under the contract, as is construction cost escalation for matters like pandemics, other outside agencies, third parties, and others that impact entitle them to additional compensation in time. So with that, we're recommending a contract amendment for Anvil of $1,253,667. So those are the Anvil amendments. So Felance Black and Veatch, as Director Qualick had said, we got some additional information on items 103, 106, and 107 that we want to evaluate and come back around with staff and work together with them. So we may bring those back at another time. So we're pulling those from consideration tonight. I'll try to breeze through these pretty quick and go through materials testing and inspection on PCO 98. The original contract had the city and FBV splitting materials testing, and when we say materials testing, like compaction of soil and so forth at the plant, 50/50 up to an amount of $200,000, and then anything above that the city would pay at a dollar for dollar. So there was no splitting of that. So total effort for materials testing and inspection was $343,000. So this is the $143,000 portion that the city agreed to pay, and that was under Amendment 3 to the contract. So this is for that one. PCO 100, 102, and 113 are all related to the control system, and this is an enhancements to the control system at the plant. The original contract had some pretty rudimentary controls, screens that the operations staff would use to control the plant, and so those enhancements it's all related. Those three things are all related to enhance the actual control system to make it more usable for the plant staff to be able to operate the plant.
Paul, I apologize for interrupting you, but I'm going to need to have a council motion as you continue to go past 9:30.
Okay.
Either to a time certain or past 9:30 in general. So I will look to council.
I'll move to go past 9:30 to a time uncertain, but I'm hoping we can be done by 10.
Second.
Second.
So that was a confusing motion. Is that a time certain of 10 or just
Uncertain, but I'd love to be done by 10.
Okay.
Time uncertain.
Motion by Councilmember Addis, second by Councilmember Ford to go past 9:30. Any discussion? All right, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion
Thank
carries
you,
by
Paul.
vote.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Thank you. Paul, go ahead. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. Everyone's motioning for me to go faster, and I got it. I took that loud and clear from you too, Mayor. So, okay, so I'll try to go through these pretty, and I believe we gave some additional follow-up information after PWAB. So many of these items had been presented and discussed within staff and WRF subcommittees, so the SCADA screen revision being one. WRF monument entry sign, again, and some enhancements to the sign to make it a better sign, actually. Some of these items, for instance, the 110, the chemical facility fencing revisions, the building wall and insulation, there are a number of these, and I explain it always like this in a design-build contract, is when you get a design-build, you're buying a car, and when you move the radio button or you don't like where it is, you end up paying for the radio button to be moved. So there are a number of these different PCOs that are similar to that. As the project progressed and it was built, operations staff got more involved. They started really working with what was going on at the plant, and so requested changes to the design after things had been constructed. And then the Teletruck number 109 was actually one, which is another piece of equipment that the city needs to more effectively operate the plant. So with that, Director Qualick, I can't remember what the number was I gave you for once we pull those items.
I have 359, 885, but.
That is
you can-
correct. That is correct. So removing items 103, 106, and 107 comes to, yeah, as the mayor said, 359, 885 for the amendment for Felons Black and Beach.
Thank you.
And with that, that concludes the presentation, and I will take any questions.
Paul, thank you. That's a lot of information I know to cover, and we do appreciate that very much, and appreciate you and your work. With that, I'll
I'm
go ahead
sorry.
and open up.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Mayor. Just one clarification. Those three
Yes.
change orders being removed would total 193,486. However, Amendment 7, once those three are removed, then becomes the 359,885. So I apologize if I misspoke earlier.
No, that's what I understood, but you're fine. Thank you for verifying that. Appreciate it. Council questions for Paul or Greg? Open it up. Can't see anybody yet. Yes. Looking for a hand.
I don't have a question right now, but
Yes.
it is getting exciting to hear of some things being wrapped up by the end of September. That's just, wow. But we're there. We're getting there.
Getting very close.
Yeah.
Indeed. Questions for Paul?
I have a couple of questions, Paul.
Sorry, I
I'll-
couldn't see you.
Oh.
I can now. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
It's me, Jen Ford. Okay, I'm glad that you clarified number 25 and 61, because that was my first question, so check that one off. My next question, and this came up in the PWAB meeting, sorry, the Public Works Advisory Board meeting, and I think it's important for people to hear what it means when you say not to exceed an amount. I think there's a lot of confusion, like when you say not to exceed, and then we have another change order, and we say not to exceed, and then can you just give just a layman's term definition of what that means, that process?
When we ask a contractor to change the contract from the original bid that they had given, they will give us a not-to-exceed amount for that change in scope. So not to exceed, that means we're going to do it for $50 or $100 or whatever, and we don't anticipate, so long as the scope of work does not change, it should not exceed that amount. A lot of times, we operate off of estimates, though, for work. We will approve them on a time and materials basis with a not to exceed, and then the city only pays for what the actual quantities are, for an instance. So hopefully that.
Yeah, no, and it really wasn't a question. I apologize. It was more of just a clarification. And then I also want to say I'm excited to see that we're still staying under the $160 million mark with this. So that's great. I don't really, since my questions were answered already, I'm good, especially for sake of time. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. I'll go to public comment. This is public comment for item C-2 on our agenda this evening. Public comment is now open. And Dana, I'll look to you if we have any.
I don't have any
Public comment?
speaker slips. I'll welcome Mr. Donnelly to the podium.
Paul, welcome back.
All right, good evening, thank you. I don't know if I just heard this right or not, but all the piping's in place. That's not what I'm seeing out there. The pipes, the rusted steel pipe they installed on the utility bridge over Morro Creek, it's still flanged on the end, so there's nothing connected there. Then there's a big gaping hole over at the entrance of the plant over on Teresa Drive, and it makes no sense to me and how that, it's not connected, but it doesn't make any sense to me. You know, I was the project manager and resident engineer for the construction of the Chorro Valley Pipeline. I saw 13 miles steel piping installed, so I know a little bit about piping. But one of the things I did ask last week at the Public Works Advisory Board was have all the special conditions of the state-issued coastal development permit been satisfied? In particular, 3 of them, special conditions 3, 5, and 7, are to be reviewed and approved by the Executive Director of the California Coastal Commission prior to the operation of the WRF. Those conditions were made 3 years ago, so all I heard was that there's some discussions But I guess my question to the council is, what is prior to operation of the WRF mean to you? And then one last thing is the membranes. We just found out they had been delivered. Therefore, the plant isn't ready for its intended use. And so why is it that they consider that the conveyance pipeline contractor delaying the wharf contractor when he doesn't have everything installed yet? Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Dana, next public comment, please.
Ms. Winholtz?
Yes, thank you, Betty Winholtz. Just on principle, because my image of how this project worked isn't the car. It's that we got FIONC to come in and do a design build thing to the minimum standards so they could get the bid, and then they keep adding on and adding on and adding on, so their benefit keeps going on, and we were sucker enough to do that. And so I guess I resent them getting any more money just on principle. And then my second point is, I hope, and I don't know, but I'm hoping that the council understands that when they show that picture of the plant, that the sewer plant is really just the part on the right. Everything else is building that has to do with public works. And I've asked before, and I don't understand if the public works part is being paid out of the sewer plant when it shouldn't be, because public works is a general plan. So when you look at that, that whole thing is not the sewer plant, only the end part.
Thank you, Betty. Dana, further public comment?
I see Ms. Donnelly coming to the podium.
Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. So I just have a few questions that I'd like answered, if they can. Has city staff reviewed all the construction contract change orders and concur with the findings? And if so, who at the city does that or did that? Are more pending changes anticipated, or is this the last we will see? When will the WRF plant operations begin? When will the WRF lift stations and conveyance pipelines be complete and ready to use? This weekend, water was gushing out of one of the plates at the corner of Quintana and Las Tunas, and they were working there today. I heard Mr. Amico say that they were locating a water line on Quintana. I was wondering, why are we relocating a water line on Quintana? And then Councilwoman Ford said something about the definition of not to exceed. When I mention that in my comments, I refer to the $126 million that the Proposition 218 vote, so it's legal and binding, had that this citizens voted on. Not some random number that keeps going up by the millions. You know, we're not at 160 million. I mean, if you look at all the monies and then we're not done, we always have to keep that in mind. We're not done. You say we're at 160 million, but we're probably more like 175, maybe 180, who knows? Because it's like the design build is like the cart before the horse, you know. Now we got to move this, we got to do this, we got to come back. Well, they bid on a project 3 years ago. If you had built a house like this, you know, you'd probably fire your contractors because you'd run out of money, and we have run out of money. The city has no more money. I don't care about these SRFs. You've gotten 5 loans already. That's probably the next item, C3. You know, you can just see that I'm very upset with all this. I don't want to see anybody get any more money because we pay for it. The tax dollars, the taxpayers of this city pay for it. And we're going to pay for it a long, long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Dana, do we have next public comment?
I see no one else at the podium. AGP, do we have any raised hands in the queue?
Thank you. We have no raised hands in the queue.
Okay, I'll close public comment, bring it back to council. Just a couple questions. Perhaps I'll direct you. I did try to take shorthand. I'm not very good at it, but I think I captured everything. Mr. Donnelly, Paul Donnelly, just talked about the special conditions for the coastal permit, Paul, being satisfied. Can you just comment on that?
Sure, Mayor. This is Greg.
Greg.
So the city and the project management team are continuing to work in coordination with coastal staff on meeting the special conditions. And when we have significant updates about our progress, we will bring that to City Council and/or PWEB.
And then can you comment, Ms. Winholtz's question about the public works component building versus the WRF in the rendering and the amount of public works, quote unquote, building that's involved in a project site?
Yes, I can. So there are no plans to have any public works staff at the site outside of our utility staff, which are funded through the water and sewer funds. There is no section of any building that's at the wharf site that has been identified for public works staff outside of utility staff.
Okay. And what staff reviews change orders? Ms. Donnelly asked.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. I think that's an important question in context of the amendments and the change orders that are being proposed to the City Council tonight. So that first starts with, as you know, our project management team, and Carollo takes the lead on that, and they do a very thorough review that involves several people on their team. And during that review, they may call out certain change orders that they disagree with and negotiate with our contractors on those change orders. Once the project management team is satisfied, they bring that to the city for city staff review. The lead on that is Dan Heimel. Dan Heimel is a consultant but works as an advisor for the city on these matters, so he reviews these change orders. At least the change orders related to the wharf site and the conveyance line have been reviewed by operations staff as well. And then I get a chance to review them and pose any questions or concerns to the project management team. And then beyond that, we do have some attorney review as needed of the change orders, and then the wharf subcommittee also reviews these change orders. So I think that there is a misconception out there that what council is seeing tonight is simply what Carollo has brought us. Actually, it's a multi-layered process that takes a lot of time. Some of the change orders being proposed tonight, for example, were discussed with the wharf subcommittee 4 or 5 months ago. And so thank you for the opportunity to answer that question, because I think it's important to note that it is a multi-layered and thorough process.
Thank you. And just a question about when do we anticipate the WRF will start up?
So there's a couple different ways to answer that question. The plant will turn on, we're hoping sometime in early October, but there will be a period of at least 3 months where testing will take place, and the current wastewater treatment plant will still be in operation and/or will be on standby. So we expect full operation of the new wharf plant to happen sometime in January.
Great. And what about the lift station and conveyance pipeline being operational? That was just a specific question.
Sure. I'd bring Program Manager Paul Miko back up to answer that one.
So the pump stations and pipelines will be ready to start pumping wastewater up to the new plant by the end of September. And so the pump stations will be fully operational by the end of September, and pipelines will be completed, pressure tested, and that's what'll pump the sewage up to the new wharf.
And a question about Quintana water line being relocated?
So we're along Quintana in a lot of the alignment with the joint trench, we had to move a potable water line in order to fit the purified water line in the street. There are separation requirements between the wastewater lines and the effluent line and the purified water line. And so the way that Division and Drinking Water wanted the lines to be configured, it's the purified water line goes between potable water and the joint trench, what we call the joint trench. So where the corridor was somewhat tight, we had to move the existing water lines out of the way to fit the purified water line in. So that's what that work is down on Quintana in that location.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. And with that, I'll bring it back to council for either any discussion or potentially a recommendation. Can't see any hands. It's a little blurry from my screen.
This is just a receive and file, correct, or no? Where are we?
Approve the WRF contract amendments and review and comment on fiscal year quarterly report. The recommendation is to review, provide input on the WRF report if you have any, and then authorize the city manager to execute items 1 through 5, with the exception on item 5 not to include change order 103, 106, and 107.
Thank you, Mayor. I stood up to stretch and came back to the wrong item. But I would like to approve the contract amendments as you just detailed them. I don't feel I need to repeat that.
Motion by Councilmember Addis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Barton, I believe.
Yes.
And any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
And thank you for that. That brings us to item C-3. This is consideration of the California State Revolving Fund Low Interest Loan Amendment to increase the maximum construction loan amount to $87,770,000 for the WRF and review changes in WRF project costs. I'm not sure if I'm giving this to Ms. Johnson Rios, and or our city manager or Mr. Qualick, but whomever, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We're getting the PowerPoint up, ready to roll here. I'm going to eventually turn this over to Paul Amico to talk about how we got to where we are with the project, and then Ms. Sarah Johnson Rios on the financing side.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, great. So, address the, what's that? Yes, that's fine. To address the 800-pound gorilla in the room, the project costs are far more than what we anticipated when we started this project several years ago, 4 years ago. We had hopes and aspirations it would land at the $126 million amount. We went into that with good faith and the information we had at the time. We had some incredible deadlines we were trying to meet after the city had been kicking around various ideas on this project since 1986, maybe beforehand. We were served a letter that we were no longer meeting important water quality requirements in terms of ocean discharge. A lot of discussion about locations, whether it should stay where it's at or move inland, and then water reclamation became part of it. I wasn't here for that, but I can appreciate in a small community how important those dialogues are and how long they can take to resolve themselves. So we were issued a final time schedule order of 2023 to complete the key components of the project prior to reclamation, which again allows us to meet water quality standards in terms of ocean water discharge. So we had some things we had to do to meet that deadline. We had to make some choices that, as was identified earlier this evening by folks, using something that was novel to us was the design-build approach, which means you don't have all the information, and you have to make some choices that require estimates. And as you move through a project, conditions change.
regulations change. Some of the funding that we took on had additional requirements that required us to slow down and move in different directions. All those things we didn't anticipate, and I guess it's easy after the fact to say we should have, but honestly, we didn't. And so we learned a lot through this process. We are now at a point where the project is estimated at $160 million, just like we estimated in 2018 that the project would be $126 million. It was an estimate. And that's what we had, and we have better information today. And the questions out there about whether it will be more are valid questions based on the track record of this project. But we have been working diligently with the Carollo team, with our contractors, with our PWAB, with our council members, with CFAC, a lot of eyes on this project because it is the most important and most costly and most, just largest project we're going to do, probably in the history of this city. So it's important that we have all those eyes and ears on the project. We are blessed that we have low interest financing on this project. I mean, it's incredible. I never anticipated we would have, that's like I never anticipated the project would be at this level in terms of cost. Never anticipated we'd have financing below 1%, which allows us to carry those costs, just to be completely honest. We're also very grateful that we just learned that we'll receive a $9 million grant from the Bureau of Reclamation because they recognize how far we've stepped out as a small community to take on this innovation that we will need from the long term to secure water source for whether the state project continues to deliver or not, just to have that as a backup. So they recognize that. They recognize the innovation, the risks that we've taken, and are honoring that by granting us $9 million, which helps us absorb some of those cost increases. So I think it's important just to acknowledge that and understand that we didn't anticipate we'd be here, but we're also grateful that we have the low interest financing to support that, as well as reserve, which Sarah will talk about later, reserve cash to address our other water and sewer needs, which are significant in our One Water plan. And again, we are no different than the city of San Diego, the city of Los Angeles, Pismo, all the other cities that are considering taking on this kind of approach because long-term we will need this water. So with that, I will turn it over to Paul Amico from Carollo to kind of talk about kind of at the high level how we got to where we are, and then Sarah will take it from there on the financing side. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, Scott. So I'm going to cover over the next couple slides. Again, I'll try to be concise here on the, everyone always wants to know what drove the increases from the 126 up to the 159.8. So breaking that down, we put these into buckets. This is not an exact accounting of, it's a combination of actual costs from past amendments and other changes to budgeted costs. So some of the forward-looking buckets that we've put the money in. These aren't accounting codes. These are just general categories. First one we put it in to was regulatory requirements. This was everything from the delay in the notice to proceed for the WRF, driven by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and other biological considerations at that site, all the way to the State Historic Preservation Office and the requirements of the programmatic agreement between them and EPA for the WIFIA loan. It's a combination of actual costs incurred, like the amendment tonight that's attributable to that, plus what we've budgeted going forward for additional cultural resource monitoring and other requirements. We also put in, there's a lot of administrative and professional services costs that go into that bucket as well. So it's been a very heavy burden to the project, but again, as Scott had said, it made the city eligible for some low-interest loans that have made the project possible. In negotiated scope changes, this is a lot of the ones, as I said, with the design-build process, when you make enhancements to the project after the initial definition of the project, those are negotiated scope changes. That would be infrastructure improvements. Another example of this is in places where there may be In one particular place on Main Street, there's some collapsed storm drains that need to be, or partially collapsed storm drains that need to be remedied while Anvil's in the area and before we pave it out. So we're going to have Anvil do that type of work. Iron Media tank down at the, that was a past amendment that was approved the last time. So that goes into that bucket. That's about, so I'll go over the numbers, about $9.7 million on regulatory, 7.6 million roughly for negotiated scope changes, differing site conditions, the soil slip at the Worf site, you know, a lot of different, as we know, when utilities are buried in the ground and they as-built them, and a lot of times, as we've learned, those unforeseen utilities, unforeseen site conditions, differing geological conditions like the amendment that was just passed around bedrock and things like that. Around $3 million of the $33 million, so about 10%. We use this term, use of risk-smart budgeting practices. This is, you know, this is probably the one that contains more of the forward-looking budgeting practices that we implemented in this last time, to say that we didn't want to come back and say that the budgets had gone up again. So we put and replenished contingencies, because many of the costs, the past costs, as the budgets have been held, we've used contingency from certain components of the program and moved it into others to change, to correct those, or to adjust for those line items. The overall program budget was fine, but we had to move money around between the different buckets. There's a reason that we did that. A lot of it was driven by the SRF loan, but you know, in just the way that the project had been budgeted in the past. So this is including the full contract amount for FBV. This included some of the adjustments that were made, the difference between the estimate for the conveyance facilities and the actual bid that had come in, and then looking at forward-looking and adding budget line items for future potential changes that we needed to cover in the budget. So this was the largest line item at just shy of $12 million of the 33. And then additional professional services for the recycled water component included the injection well design. And as the modeling has moved forward and as that project has become better defined from when it was defined years ago, we've needed to, and also because of the requirements of the WIFIA loan, we needed to add additional professional services for that particular line item. Many of these costs here are forward budgeted, you know, forward-looking budgets, not necessarily actual costs that have been incurred up to this point. So in summary, that breaks down to 33.9, again, based on actual past charges and then how we allocated budget for the next one. Okay.
Thank you. We'll probably just go to the next section, and then council members have questions of you, Paul, they can bring you up. So I'll turn it over to Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do want to say before I jump into the slides that this presentation also went to CFAC last week, and as is noted in your staff report, they unanimously recommended that council approve staff's recommendation. So I will go through some of these more quickly, given the time, and let you follow up with detailed questions as needed. So the first slide here is just a snapshot or a reminder of the financing approach before the 22-23 budget amendment. And that big picture was still primarily financed by the low interest financing from WIFIA and SRF, with about $6 million of cash financing anticipated. And as Mr. Collins mentioned, the city was very fortunate with that low interest financing. At that level, the city estimates that it saved approximately $54 to $91 million in debt service as compared to alternative debt instruments such as bonds at a 3 to 4% interest rate. So going forward with the updated project budget that council that was included in the council adopted budget in 22-23. We have a four-pronged financing approach, and I will just go into these in order. So the first one is, the first prong is basically get free money where possible, so grant funding where possible. We did, as has been noted, receive really good news last week, just as this packet was being published, that we received the $9.3 million grant. So the project team is evaluating currently how that fits into the financing plan. And that doesn't necessarily change our recommendation tonight, which is related to the second prong of the financing approach, to use low-interest financing where possible, to the greatest extent possible. So tonight we are recommending that council consider increasing the authorization for the SRF construction loan by $21.2 million. And that would do two things. It would cover the $15 million approximately in budget increase from the prior financing scenario. And it would also cover the $6 million that was anticipated to be cash funded previously. The action tonight would simply allow staff to ask the SRF for this level of loan amendment. It would not bind or obligate the city to draw down that full amount of loan amendment. So if the grant funding could be utilized, we may not need to fully draw that down, but it also just preserves the city's flexibility for whatever reason through now to the end of the project, that we have as much low-interest financing as the SRF will allow the city to have and as we can support with the current rate structure. So that is the recommendation tonight. The third prong of that four-pronged financing strategy would then be to utilize cash reserves if grant funding and low-interest financing are insufficient. And the water and sewer funds both had very robust cash reserves as of 6/30/21. We don't yet have the updated year-end numbers for fiscal year 22 yet. But you can see on the slide here that between the two funds, there was about $29 million in cash reserves this time last year. By trying to preserve those cash reserves, as has been mentioned, that just increases the city's flexibility and ability to have funds on hand for some of the other known infrastructure needs in the water and sewer funds. And there's no guarantee that the city would be able to achieve similar low-interest financing for some of those other smaller projects. And then finally, this is something that's not related to the WRF project budget increase specifically, but that we would just have as the fourth prong of the water and sewer funding on an ongoing basis, just to continue our best practice of evaluating whether rates can continue to cover future operating costs and capital needs going forward. There's no immediate recommendation for a rate increase at this time. And of course, any future rate increase would be subject to the Prop 218 process and public noticing. So finally, that leaves us with an updated financing proposal, and this is based on the $160 million project budget. And this would essentially zero out the cash funding. This will change a bit with the grant funding, and as I mentioned, the project team is still evaluating how that would change. So, but the broad approach would not change. So we would use, again, grant funding first, low-interest financing second, cash reserves third. And if council does want to go in this direction, then the next steps would be that staff would work to submit a financial application package to SRF, hopefully in September. Their review of that application for the loan amendment is quite lengthy. It can take up to a year. And then we would continue to seek grant funding and to work with the Bureau of Reclamation in developing the grant agreement for the grant that was just awarded simultaneously. So with that, the recommendation before you is to adopt these two resolutions, 8022 and 8122, and support the application for an SRF construction loan amendment for $21.2 million, which would result in a total authorization for a maximum SRF construction loan of $87.8 million. And I do want to mention that in June of 2021, council authorized a loan amount of up to $85 million. So this resolution represents an increase of $2.8 million from the authorization that has already been granted. And with that, we're available for any questions.
Well, thank you all for that detailed presentation. Am I correct in restating it simply that initially SRF, when they approved several years ago, what I'll call an SRF loan for the city of Morro Bay at approximately 0.9% interest, it was in an amount that totaled approximately, was it 108 million at that time, Sarah, total?
I'll answer it. It was 100 million plus the 5 million principal loan.
Okay, 105.
Yeah.
Okay. And basically, the way I look at this is a line of credit. This isn't, you're taking all the money, but you're only drawing on it as you need it. Is that correct?
That's correct. We draw on it as funds are expended, and we are essentially reimbursed as actual project expenditures incur. We don't need to draw down the full amount.
So if we approve, basically what you're asking, an additional amount of $21,172,000, what we're simply asking for is the line of credit, my term, from SRF at the same rate that we had previously, not a new rate, would be extended to us, or if approved by SRF, and it would make that money available to us at a very low interest rate versus having to use other higher interest sources of funds.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And that simply would bring our total ability to draw on the SRF loan to an amount that totals $87,770,000 if we added $21,172,000.
That's correct. And I do want to mention that $5 million of that $87.777 million is forgivable principal forgiveness. And so the net that we would actually be paying debt service on is about $82.8 million.
But that's the $5 million
principal forgiveness. Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. Okay, great. And so basically the alternative is that it would cost the city, yes or no, it would cost the city much more to go to an alternative source rather than utilize one of the lowest interest rates in the history of a long time.
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Any other questions from council?
I have a question, Mayor. This
Yes,
is a great
absolutely.
presentation. I know it took a lot of time to put it together. Very helpful information. Was this part of the agenda packet? I don't remember if it was in there or not.
The same content from the slide deck is essentially in the staff report that was in the agenda packet. And I believe the slides, looking at Mr. Qualick, I believe the slides were posted earlier today.
Okay.
These are also the same slides that went to CFAC last week.
Okay. I must have missed it. Okay, that's my question.
Thank you, sir. Other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and open up public comment. This is public comment for item C-3 on our agenda. Public comment is now open. And Dana, we have public comment.
Welcome, Mr. Donnelly.
Good evening again, Paul Donnelly. Kind of surprised that now that you get this $9 million grant that you're still asking for $20 million in a loan. But the thing that I brought up last week at the CFAC meeting when this was presented, the ratepayers are obligated to pay these things back. And yet, to me, it's like someone took out a second mortgage on our house and didn't ask for our consent. So I look at it that way. But the thing is that it seems like the management of this whole project has been poorly handled, and it should have never gotten to this point. I think it was board member Woody last week brought that up and talked about it, should have never gotten this far. To me, when I do these reports for the State Board of Registration for land, professional engineers and land surveyors, they ask me my reports to them, is the standard of care followed? And I have to say, in my opinion, the standard of care for this project was not followed. So you might want to start questioning things, and maybe it's time for an audit on this thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Dana, other public comment?
Ms. Donnelly?
Welcome
Thank
back,
you.
Linda.
Yeah, Linda Donnelly. Well, as I said in a different item, this is the 5th loan and the 3rd from the State Water Resources Control Board, I think. Anyway, it's so late. So the site, this is well before Paul Amico was brought on, was known as a geologically sensitive area. And so the terrain was known before Flalank Beach started work. So we could have avoided 2 to 3 landslides. The city actually paid for those mistakes by the contractor. That's when I keep referring to the citizens, people that paid for this in the long run. What is the annual obligation to be paid back for this loan? What are the total annual payback obligations for all 5 loans? And can the existing rate structure be enough? When will there be an audit for all of the WRF expenses to date? People keep talking about this pipe being ready that Anvil's working on. Are there plans to pig the pipes? That's when you, through pressure, you push these things through the pipes and get all the junk out of the pipes. These are welded plastic pipes. So not only do you have lots of this plastic just drop off on the outside, can imagine that it goes on the inside. Plus, we know that we had open pipes during rainstorms and lots of mud went into these pipes. So I hope there's going to be a lot of testing and getting all the junk out before our beautiful membranes up there are installed and worked on. Because, there's also some 45-degree angles in the pipe, especially right there at Las Tunas, right by the coffee shop, where they had a lot of problems. So, what else? I think that's about it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana, other public comment?
I see no other public comment. AGP video, is there anyone in the queue with their hand raised?
Thank you. We have no raised hands in the queue.
Okay, I'll close public comment, bring it back, and just ask one question maybe of Ms. Johnson-Rios. With regard to audit, do the auditors look at the WRF when they do the annual audit?
Yes, they do. And in addition, it goes through a single audit since there are federal funds involved. So it goes through both.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Bring it back to council for either recommendation or further discussion.
I do have a comment I'd like to make, and
Absolutely.
I think it's the sense I get is that we're getting near the end of our ability to finance the project, at least in an affordable way. And the reason that we're at this place, relatively positive position, is the efforts by staff to apply for these various loans, and also just kind of dumb luck, frankly, that we were able to get rates as low as we have. They are historically low in probably the 20th century, so we're lucky for that. And I want to thank staff for their efforts to kind of hold this project together as we continue to deal with cost overruns, the basis for which I think still need to be discussed by this council and by the city at a future date. But I just want to thank staff for all the efforts to get the grants and the financing that you've been able to pull off, and in the heavy competition for money, you guys have done really well, so I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Heller. Appreciate that. Other comments? I'll echo that. I thank you for that comment as well. To receive, $14.3 million in grants is huge. It's because of the innovative nature of the project and the ability to reclaim water and have a water source for our future generations. And for that, I'm proud. Just roughly, and we may have been lucky with regard to the timing on the interest rates, but I think also staff has done a great job with regard to this amendment in that SRF is willing to allow us to continue to draw down at the same rate and not use a current rate, which would have significantly increased the cost of this funding. So the way I look at it, is if you look at capital costs, we're about $33 million over where we thought we would be, 127 to 160. But if you look at debt service based upon the base case, and these are not staff numbers, these are my numbers, we're about $103 million less than we thought we would be with regard to the base case. And we've also received $14.3 million in grants. If you net that all out and look at the overall cost of the project, which means buying the house, paying the principal and interest, in essence, we have saved about $85 million in interest on this project, which includes the $14.3 million in grants. I do give a lot of credit to the work that staff's done and our project manager has done, and I do believe that as a community, we're very fortunate to have that. I do echo Councilmember Heller's comments about the fact that capital costs being over by $33 million is not a good thing, that needs to be managed and controlled as much as possible. And I do appreciate Mr. Miko's extensive reconciliation of what those cost changes involved. And so with that, I would recommend that the city adopt resolution number 80-22 and 81-22 to support an application for a state revolving fund construction loan amendment in the amount of $21,172,000 to cover the full water reclamation facility program cost and authorize a maximum SRF construction loan amount of $87,770,000 and review changes in WRF project costs over the life of the project.
I'll second. You got it. You take it. You take it.
Sorry.
Motion. Who was the second? Was that Councilmember Addis? Or
Councilmember Barton.
Barton, okay, I'm sorry. Motion by Mayor Heading, second by Councilmember Barton for the staff recommendation. Any further comments? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all for hanging in at this very late hour. That brings us to item C-4, approval of a water reclamation facility indirect potable reuse program update and authorization of a contract amendment with Confluence Engineering Solutions. Mr. Kwolek, I believe, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In our efforts to end the meeting at a reasonable hour, we will be offering a truncated version of this presentation. But of course, if there's any questions from the Mayor or Council, we'd be happy to answer them. Mr. Dan Heimel, as was alluded to by our program manager, Paul Miko, earlier today, heads up Confluence Engineering Solutions, and we have essentially taken recycled water project management off of Carollo's plate as the conveyance project and the wharf site project wrap up, and we are going to move that into Confluence Engineering Solutions' hands. And so in light of that, we've asked Dan to give an update on the IPR project. And we also tied a contract amendment that the city has currently with Confluence Engineering Solutions in the amount of $582,619 so that we could fully fund Confluence for this fiscal year to take over that project management of the IPR portion of the project. So Dan Heimel will begin the presentation, and I'll wrap it up with just a brief scope that Confluence will have in that role.
Thanks, Greg. Mayor Heading, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to present this update on the IPR program. The IPR program stands for Indirect Potable Reuse. Just briefly, we're looking on a new name for that program, something a little more unique to Morro Bay and descriptive of the benefits that it brings to the community. The IPR program really rents a significant new sustainable water supply opportunity for the city. It will have the capability at build-out to produce up to 825 acre-feet of advanced purified water for injection into the Morro Basin. This water will help protect the Morro Basin against seawater intrusion and improve groundwater quality. It will provide a local, drought-resilient, resistant source of supply that can meet up to 80% of the city's water demand and reduce the city's reliance on imported water from the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. As Greg mentioned, I'm going to go through this quickly. If you want a longer version of this, I provided that to the PWAB last week, along with extensive Q&A, so you can reference that. This is a diagram of the wharf project. I think this council is familiar with the way that this program works. Wastewater is pumped to the new water reclamation facility. Under IPR operations, it is then conveyed back to the Morro Basin, injected into the Morro, into a series of injection wells, and then extracted through the city's existing wells in the Morro Basin. Just briefly, it's composed of multiple layers of treatment beyond just the primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment, that component of the MBR that treats water for discharge. With IPR and advanced treatment, we add reverse osmosis, ultraviolet disinfection, and advanced oxidation, and produces a quality of water that is drinkable. And I have personally drank gallons of water treated to that type. From there, it is conveyed through the advanced purified water pump station, through the IPR line, to what is envisioned as a series of injection wells. And we have the center photo here is an exciting photo. This was actually taken last Friday during the drilling of injection well number 1 in the Morro Basin. And so that well will be fully completed here in a couple of weeks and available for performing an injection test, which will greatly inform the IPR program. Last photo is just the RO system that treats the water that's pumped out of the Morro Basin. So just briefly, there are a number of things that we're evaluating as part of the IPR program. First is supplemental groundwater modeling. We're looking at different ways to lay out the injection well field to maximize the benefit of this water resource for the city. We are constructing injection well number 1, and we'll be doing an injection test which will inform the ultimate design of the IPR system. And then we will be developing a basis of design report or preliminary design for that system. And then additionally, through all that, we're engaging a hydrogeologic peer review, another very qualified, knowledgeable local consultant to review all the hydrogeologic components of the IPR program, because it is critical that we get that part of the project right, again, to maximize benefit for the city. After we've gone through the basis of design report, then there will be a number of design and permitting tasks that need to be completed, similar to what the city went through with the design permitting of the wharf and conveyance. We are leveraging the city's experience with those programs, developing a permitting plan to effectively navigate these additional permitting requirements to efficiently deliver the IPR facilities. So here is a copy of the latest schedule from the quarterly report. The injection testing has been on the critical path, so exciting to hit key milestones towards being able to initiate that test, and then the IPR component of the project will move into design, permitting, and construction with anticipated operations in March of 2025.
Here, I'll transition it over to Greg. Sure, and I think you have the clicker if you want to just click through. This is essentially the scope that Confluence Engineering Solutions will have with the recycled water portion of the project. So program management involves a lot of meeting coordination, outreach, working with other consultants that are on the project. But then we also do have some scope in here for Dan to continue with wharf startup and conveyance, since he has been advising the city team. IPR program controls includes budget, schedule, and quarterly reports. So I believe Corolla will have 2 more quarterly reports, and after that we'll be receiving those quarterly reports from Confluence. Confluence will oversee the hydrogeologic evaluation as well as design for recycled water. I can take over verbally here. Confluence will also be handling environmental and permitting support, as Dan already mentioned, as well as permitting support with the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the Department of Drinking Water. And Confluence will be assisting with funding and financial support. That includes amendments, grant applications, development of grant agreements, and evaluating future funding opportunities. And finally, Confluence will be assisting with our water and wastewater system support, as just with general engineering services. That includes some capital projects that we have in the One Water Plan, as well as the council-directed long-term water supply evaluation, which we'd like Dan to lead. So the fee estimate for the amendment is roughly $582,000. And that is what we are seeking council approval for tonight. There was another point I wanted to make, and honestly, it's skipping my mind at this late hour. So I will thank council for hearing this presentation and kick it back to Mayor.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Dan. I appreciate it very much. The report on IPR, and ask if there are council questions for either Dan or for Greg.
Yeah, I have a few questions. Dan, I'm
Yes.
glad to have you on board, and happy to have you in charge of this portion of the project. Some of the questions I'm going to ask happened before you, so I don't expect you to know all the answers, but in looking at the schedule, and maybe you know or don't know this, but we've been talking about geological modeling for 4 years. And I'm wondering why, after 4 years of talking about hydrogeological modeling, we're still paying consultants to complete that work, and we actually asked for a peer review of the work done by the original consultants.
Yeah, questions of that. I think the hydrogeological modeling has evolved. I mean, the city has evaluated a number of different alignments for the injection well field, originally looking at sites east of Main Street up towards the Narrows, sites west of Main Street in the Morro well field where it's currently envisioned now. Then there were extended negotiations with Vistra, with the ability to gain access to the Vistra easement and siting injection wells there. So that's one of the components, is just the number of alternatives that have been evaluated for the alignment for the injection wells. The other component that we're looking at right now that hasn't been modeled previously is ways to optimize the value of this water and the cost to the city. There are periods of time when it may not make sense to run the IPR system, and so therefore the city can save operating costs by only running the conventional components of the treatment plant, discharging to the ocean, and then turning the IPR system online during periods of drought or state water shutdown. And so those are some of the concepts that are currently being evaluated in this supplemental additional modeling. With respect to the question of the peer review, in discussions with the program team, I've just highlighted the criticality of getting the hydrogeo components correct.
We've seen challenges with other programs where they have either not achieved the necessary travel times to get full capacity with their IPR projects, and or haven't had the anticipated injection capacity that they were envisioning with the projects, and have had to construct more wells late in the process. And so we thought it was prudent to recommend that additional technical expertise be brought in to provide a second set of eyes on the concept or the conceptual design and the final design of the IPR program, because of it's tens of thousands of dollars in additional hydrogeologic analysis compared to millions of dollars of infrastructure that would be constructed. So, money well spent, in my opinion.
Okay. In terms of capacity, are you confident that with the peer review and so forth, their projections of capacity will be accurate, or will we really not know until we test the system?
The city's strategy, by including a test injection well as part of the early phase of the IPR project, will provide us much greater confidence that we can get the capacity estimates right. So we'll be performing an injection test on a full-scale injection well number 1, which will give us a very hard number for capacity that we would be able to anticipate for the additional wells to be part of the program.
And it looks like the schedule says that will be sometime this year, this calendar year, when you'll have those results?
Oh, yes, we hope to have it done this year. It's a little bit of a tricky situation with the November state water shutdown, but the current schedule shows us having sufficient time to construct the well, develop the well, begin the injection test, and get the initial injection test results before the state water shutdown, at which time it's currently envisioned that the city wouldn't have sufficient overall water supply available to continue the test until November, when the state water system comes back online.
And will that also establish the travel time that's going to be required?
It will, yes. It'll give us information on injection capacity as well as travel time and other parameters.
Then do you have any sense yet of what the cost per acre foot's going to be to generate this water? Are you working on that?
Yeah, I don't have a sense for the cost per acre foot of this water at this time. It is something that we envision being part of the long-term water supply evaluation. So there are other strategies to be considered where we may want to run IPR more often than the city needs, because it could then make its state water available on an open market and get cost recovery from state water. And so obviously the costs of the IPR water is a key component of that calculus. And so we'll be looking at ways to just maximize, again, the benefit of this water, both from a reliability and resiliency perspective, but also for cost recovery.
Okay. And then also looking at the schedule, it looks like substantial completion of this program will not happen until April or May of 2025. Why so long after the first injection tests?
It's just the length of the design and permitting processes associated with this project. There are, and we didn't go into in detail on the slide, but there are multiple different types of permitting. There's land use permitting components. There are resource regulatory permitting components, SHPO, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and then there are a whole separate set of Division and Drinking Water and Regional Water Quality Control Board permitting requirements. And so we'll be striving to do those components in parallel as much as possible, and to try to streamline the overall schedule. The other thing that has been, discussed is, if the city did find itself in a significant water supply emergency scenario, there's potential to fast track the permitting and the construction of these facilities under, emergency conditions, to get that IPR water into the ground if needed.
Good to know. Well, I just encourage you to keep drinking that water, and, we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Heller. Other questions for Dan or Greg?
I think Councilmember Heller pretty much covered a few that I had, but In the Public Works Advisory Board meeting, there was a question that was pitched asking you if we knew the max capacity of the basin, and the answer was we're not sure yet, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. What part of this process, where in this process does that get determined, so that we know how much water we can have in the basin and all that good stuff?
Yeah, so I've asked the HydroGeo team that, and they can use the existing model to develop estimates of the maximum capacity of the basin. But they've also cautioned that it can be misleading sometimes. When you just look at the capacity of the basin, that doesn't necessarily refer to the usable capacity of the basin. And so that's why we want to be careful. We can provide those numbers, and I think they're useful numbers, but they need to be understood in the context of how this project and program is going to operate. And given that this basin is next to the ocean, if you pull out all the water, you're going to pull in seawater. And so that limits your ability to access the full capacity. However, with an IPR program and a series of injection wells, you can create a barrier against seawater intrusion, gain better access to that groundwater and storage, and better access that capacity.
Okay, so it sounds like we probably would want to inject as much water as we can to keep that seawater intrusion from happening. So, okay. I don't have any questions. So I'm through. Thank you.
You're through? Okay. Thanks, Councilmember Ford. Other questions? Okay, I don't see any hands. All right. Go for public comment. This is item C-4. Any member of the public wishing to make a comment, please do so now. Dana?
I see Mr. Donnelly joining us.
Paul, welcome back.
Good evening again. I'm going to ask just a few questions, the same questions I asked at the Public Works Advisory Board last week. One of the things, they keep claiming they're going to take 825 acre-feet of water, but the state has only permitted you to take 581 acre-feet of water. The state reserves jurisdiction over the modification of that permit. It's appropriated water, it's not riparian water. Also, the question came up, and you just asked us about how much the water will cost compared to state water, and then they keep saying state water is going to go up. It's my understanding that the capital cost of the local projects are going to be paid off, dropping the cost per year dramatically for the city. Then they talk about the conveyance system around the Delta. According to the State Department of Water Resources, it's $5 per household is the increase in cost on the state water issue. And then I asked the question, when you're done with this pilot well injection, how is that connected to the city's water pipes so that you can start injecting water? And then I asked another question, is that can the IPR work continuously without an external source of imported water? In other words, if you cut off the external source, it just starts, like a half-life, starts wearing down to where you have no more water. I'd hate to see that happen during the shutdown and the town's in peril. Also, this was brought up in the June meeting, something about the wells that you want to pull out of, that you're asking for a grant because they were dilapidated. So what is the shape of the wells that you need as part of this whole overall thing? And I believe that was all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Dana, next public comment.
Linda Donnelly.
Welcome, Linda.
Well, thank you. So rumor has it that reclamation will provide the city with 80% of the town supply. How was that amount determined? Build-out estimates that 1,445 acre-feet per year will be needed, and the reclamation can only supply 825 acre-feet a year. That calculates out to be about 57% if pumped year-round. I guess Mr. Donnelly covered what Dan Heimel said at the PWEB meeting. I heard him talk about state water and how it could go up because of other projects that the state water, beyond the city limits is coming up with, but that should not affect Morro Bay. Morro Bay we're done. 30 years ago, I walked this town probably 5 times because that was what we got passed. 1,317 acre feet is late. So here's what I was thinking about. Weren't these tasks that the new consultant is being asked to do already in the contract that Carollo is on board for? Why has this now been reassigned? And if it's in Carollo's contract, then maybe we should have Carollo pay this guy to do this work. Why is the city being asked to come up with over $500,000? $500,000 or more? Because that's just probably through the end of the year. I don't know, fiscal year? What is it through? Fiscal year, I think January or late December. That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't pencil out in my brain. So, these are the kind of questions that I just wish you would ask. Hard questions, hard number questions, because we're not hearing it. We know we can't stop the project. I just want to hear you guys fight for the city, fight for the citizens, the taxpayers. That's all I dream about, right? Just say no. Surprise. So it's not just a 4-1. I mean, it's a lot of money. What, do you just have slides up that we're looking at maybe 33 million more? Did I just see that on the overhead? I don't see any nodding heads. Did I see that wrong? Because if I'm wrong, I'd like to know. But I thought that's what I saw on the overhead. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Dana, other public comment?
I don't see any other public comment in the building. AGP video, do we have any raised hands in the queue?
Thank you. We have no raised hands in the queue.
Okay, close public comment, bring it back. And Dan, can we get you just to address, I think Paul asked similar questions at Public Works Advisory Board, but if you might want to address the state, I think he said maximum of 581 and our quote of 825 acre feet of water being drawn out by IPR.
Yeah, I can address those questions. So yeah, the current state water rights permit for the Morro Basin limits extractions to 581 acre feet per year. However, initial conversations with state board staff is, acknowledge that this additional water that's being put into the basin is new artificial water provided for recharge, and thus could be extracted without being counted against the 581 extraction limit. So. And that is one of the strategies the city is pursuing to allow that to happen. The other question was around the 825 acre feet. So that's up to 825 acre feet of advanced purified water that the wharf can produce. However, as we were describing earlier, by injecting that water into the groundwater basin, it provides the city with alternate strategies and an ability to access additional water that naturally occurs within the basin. And so that utilizing those types of strategies will allow the city to extract additional water. However, I would point out there was another question about the IPR operating continuously as a closed loop system. I mean, it's never, to my knowledge, it's never been envisioned that this would be the city's sole source of water in the future. It's critical to have a diverse water supply portfolio that includes sources from multiple places. So the city, would continue to have access to state water, which it could use to supplement. And also the city would continue to have access to groundwater in storage in the Morro Basin that it could use to supplement that closed loop storage during periods of time when state water may not be available.
And did you want to, Paul was asking about the state or what kind of shape the wells were in terms of storage?
Yeah, so there was a question about the extraction wells, and the city prepared a grant application for a drought grant to get funding to improve the extraction wells. The reality is the city is currently doing a condition assessment of those extraction wells. and which will better inform any necessary improvements to the wells. But the program team thought it was prudent that, because the extraction wells are as critical of a component to this project as the injection wells, that they do this condition assessment and evaluation and identify any improvements that could need to be made to ensure that they operate reliably during periods of time when state water is not available or the city is wanting to rely more heavily on IPR.
Thank you. And Greg, if you could just address Linda's question about the budget for IPR and quote unquote, wasn't it either already paid or in Corollo's contract? And why are we asking for this amendment versus it previously perhaps being part of Corollo's responsibility?
Sure, Mayor, and thank you again for the opportunity to clarify that. So, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, Corollo, the city is essentially descoping Corollo from recycled water, and that's reducing the Corollo contract by approximately $900,000. And so in turn, by bringing this scope to Confluence, which is going to cost roughly $600,000, the city is seeing a savings of approximately $300,000 as part of this move. And the reason we did that was not only to save costs, but also as Corollo winds down major construction as part of the wharf site and conveyance, we thought it best to have a more streamlined local approach with the local expert in groundwater. And I do want to mention too that Corollo will still be on board. They won't be off the project completely. Excuse me, I'm having trouble remembering everything, but they won't be off the project completely. They will still be supporting Confluence as well as city staff on things like permitting, testing, grant support, and some financing work.
Thank you, appreciate that. Okay. Go ahead and bring it back to council and open it up for any comments or recommendation.
I have a comment I'd like to make, Mayor.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Councilmember Heller, please.
Yeah. First of all, Dan, I'm super glad to have you on board for this phase of the project. I got to tell you frankly, though, I'm not going to be able to approve this. When I looked at this in greater detail, your proposal is on the high side, in my opinion. I'm accustomed to seeing a principal having fewer hours than a project engineer or an associate engineer overseeing the work of others. I'm not sure if you can't find that person or not, but considering the fact that this project is going to go on, your portion will probably go on for another 3 years or more. Your total cost, if we carried this out, it's $58,000 to $70,000 a month based on the 9-month term that this contract is for. So if we extrapolate that out, if I can do that quickly, means we'll be paying you $2.5 million over the next 2.5, 3 years for this. And I just think that's a little on the rich side. Maybe my math is wrong, but again, I'm really glad you're here. I think we need your services. I'm just not so sure that we're getting the value that we deserve at this point. Thank you.
Other comments?
I have one, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Actually, I'd like to move the item and then make my comment.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think this is receive and file, but I'd like to move that we approve Confluence Engineering Solutions proposal to provide an IPR program management work and engineering support services for fiscal year 22-23 and authorize a contract amendment in the amount of $582,619 for a not to exceed contract amount of $627,619. And the reason I'm moving this item is I actually think it's the most exciting piece of what we've heard regarding the entire water reclamation project, maybe to date. I think this IPR portion of things is really why we got into why we got into this project to begin with. Of course, we were ordered to move the wharf, but we absolutely need water also. And in order to have housing, that came up earlier today, in order to have housing, you have to have water. And so to me, this piece of the project goes hand in hand with the very deep and rich discussion we had earlier around the need to house residents who aren't yet here or who have left Morro Bay because they simply can't afford to be here. So for those reasons, I'm moving it forward, and I'm glad we have Confluence on board.
Thank you. I'll make a second on that, and I'll echo Councilmember Hiller's point. I believe Dan, in my opinion, will bring significant expertise to this portion of the project. I just want to remind us that it is the indirect potable reuse portion of this program, or the reclamation piece, that has brought the city not only now a $9.3 million grant from the Bureau of Reclamation, but previously a $5 million grant from the State Water Resources Board, but also the WIFIA program. 3 or 4 years ago, we were 1 in 12 communities in the United States that were recognized by a new program called WIFIA that offered low interest rate loans to innovative reclamation projects. As a result of that, we did, as mentioned a number of times this evening, and over the past few months, receive an unprecedented low interest rate of 0.9%. And just on the WIFIA program alone, it has saved the city somewhere in the area of approximately $40 million in debt service. And so I'm not sure I understand Councilmember Hiller's calculation of this being excessive, but without this portion of the project, we would not have the rates that we currently have for the project. Thusly, I'll be supporting it. Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ford?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. That takes us to item D, council declaration of future agenda items.
Yes, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
I have 10 future agenda items. No, I'm just kidding. I have, I do have 10 as I as I get near the end of my term, but I won't pile them on tonight. I'm just going to do one, and it has to do with affordable housing. And I think this 10% number is something we need to deal with sooner than later. So if I can word this correctly, I would like staff to look at reviewing how we can make the number really address the extremely low, very low, and low-income folks in terms of what other cities are doing and what we need to do to get the housing that we need, that we talk about so much. So if you can summarize that in fewer words than me, please do so.
I think if to summarize and see where your colleagues land, I think it's just to review the inclusionary housing zoning ordinance, which establishes the 10% number, and then looking within that to sort of the gradients of affordability, and to review that.
Works for me.
Okay.
If Dana can possibly capture that.
I would support that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
And thank you for bringing it up.
Jeff, I would support it as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I as well.
Looks like you got support there. Okay.
I'll have
Anything
9
else
at
for
the
the-
next meeting.
I have a quick question on a possible item. I don't.
Agenda item.
Mayor, I don't know if you.
A future agenda item?
Yes, possibly.
Yeah.
It's more of a question before I present. Are we going to be getting an update anytime soon on Ironman, the status of like what's happening with that? Will we get like an update report?
Yeah, well, I'll give an update under staff updates as soon as we have information. Nothing to share at this point other than the announcement's been made. So we'd
Okay.
be happy to do that.
So I don't need to.
No future agenda item needed, but as soon as we have something to report, we will.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay, seeing no other agenda items. Thank you for hanging in there, everybody. Thank you, staff, for your work and excellent presentations this evening. I know it's late, but there was a lot of stuff covered, and thank you, council, for hanging in as well. The next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay will be held on Tuesday, September the 13th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. at the Vets Hall in the City of Morro Bay. Thank you for the privilege of your time. We are adjourned, and have a pleasant evening.